This is your deal. I'm a support animal. Well, you got the microphone in your pocket. Okay, here we go. You're live.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tom Millard. This is my brother Rion, and we are going to drop some knowledge from some of our experiences over the past 17 years, earth gridding, and doing work for the collective, and spiritual warfare, consciousness tweaking. That's what pretty much all of us are kind of doing on one level or the other. We're trying to evolve consciousness both individually and collectively. And my brother and I, we started working with the earth, Mother Earth, originally, and then it got a little bit more intense over time, where some of the stuff we were doing had some darker components, and so we kind of learned on the fly how to do spiritual combat and warfare. Some of the areas we went into, we were basically freeing up energy in the earth grid, and it was places where there was pockets of energy that were trapped in the earth, and usually that was due to some kind of calamity in that area. A lot of times wars, things like that. Places where a lot of death occurred. And it's not real pleasant, but in those areas, oftentimes they could be looked at as cursed areas, and sometimes they did have curses, but sometimes it was not in relation to that. It was just a lot of tragedy took place, and it left almost an energetic stain upon those areas. And so he and I would get the call to go into these areas, and they were very hard to reach areas, but we could feel it from across a vast distance that those areas needed to be cleaned up. And so he and I, back in the day, we really pushed the envelope mentally, physically, spiritually to get into these places to assist Mother Earth and the collective, because a lot of these things also, when we look at individuality and then collective, we're all interconnected energetically. And so these areas that have that type of a distortion, it affects the entire collective consciousness. So when we went into these areas, we would clean them out, and then basically we had to mitigate what would come out of those areas, because a lot of times it was very dark stuff.
John, quick question. Can we play the trailer, the professional trailer, to let the audience know that these aren't just words?
The trailer there?
Yeah?
Yeah, so there's the...
Just hit play?
Yeah, just hit play.
Okay. Come on, baby.
The space bar.
I think actions speak louder than words. Words are cute. But this little something that we put together for you guys just to show some of the places we've been and some of the things we've done. The unicorns, that's for you guys. Yo, can you hear me now? Sweet, sweet, sweet family. What's up, everyone on planet Earth? You having fun? All right. This is our little intro we made. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Oh, who's that guy? I think that guy has a new book on Amazon. Isn't he? You not who that guy is? Crazy. Catacombs Paris. Broke into the Giant's Causeway in Ireland. There's all kinds of stuff out of bounds they don't want you seeing. Mount Rushmore. Tone with an 8-pack. Egypt, 2012. Gridded the Red Sea. Stargate activation in Florida. China. Top of Flagstaff Mountain. Chinsao, China. Serpent Mountains, Ohio. That was a fun one. Top of Mount Hood, Easter Island, Mount Shasta, Young Tone, Shasta. Some
sort of orb. Top of Mount Hood, we opened the vortex. We haven't released the footage of what we did. I made it a cartoon because I didn't want to be someone knocking on my door. We work in teams. We are the hidden hand that was working behind the scenes, cleaning up the planet. While a lot of people were sleeping back then. Bosnia Sun Pyramid, 2014. Gridding the Bosnia Sun Pyramid. Thank you so much. Vishnu Devi Temple, India. We've been all over, a lot of places.
That was Black Hills.
Launching over just, some supernatural things. I don't know what to tell you, some supernatural things. Me and this guy. Greece. Meteoria. That's where we are right now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it is available. The guns, I don't know if the guns are available, but it's available on Amazon right now if you guys want to get your books. We have a dance party tonight. It's going to be straight fire. I don't know who that guy is, but that's a guy. I know that guy. I know who that guy is. So, and here's the actual presentation, Jonathan. Sweet John. That's the presentation. So we can go back and forth and talk about it. It helps because me and Tone can talk forever on subjects because it's a very dense packet of information. So we put up a little background for us to help keep it in an hour, if that makes sense. All right, brother. Multidimensional.
Yeah, some of that, what was on there right now, Shasta was by far one of our craziest.
Yeah. Oh.
Shasta was one of our craziest events that we've ever done. It was supposed to be like a 1 to 2 day trip, and instead it wound up, we were 4 nights up on the mountain, and we encountered every manner of
They called search and rescue and sent helicopters because they couldn't find us. We disappeared on Mount Shasta for 3 nights, and we're in the newspaper.
They thought we were missing, and we kind of were, but by design. But yeah, up on Shasta, every manner of weird thing that you could even possibly imagine occurred. We came across like giant footprints. We were constantly being watched by ETs, elemental type beings.
Met some of the inner earth beings from Telos. Those were cool when these guys were passed out in the tent. On night 2, saw Sasquatch footprints in the snow above the ridge line at, 12,000 feet.
Probably.
We were on the opposite side of the mountain where normal hikers aren't allowed to go. And the rangers couldn't understand how we actually traversed the entire eastern side of the mountain in half a day. We were running downhill like deer. We had, at that point, mastered a technique where the ground starts to feel like Jell-O. That's all I can say. I don't do it anymore. I stepped into a foxhole one time and rolled my ankle. I'm like, I'm not doing that again. So basically, that was my brother Arcturus Raw and the whole squad, Jeffrey and Moto and my brother Tone. But yeah, no, there's a lot of things on that mountain and the underground military bases that are on the eastern side in the ground.
Yeah, and then at one point, we were kind of sitting around a fire that we built that we weren't supposed to, but we actually heard angelic singing. We're like, oh, and we were 14,000 feet. And so like we were looking around like, where's that coming from? But the whole time we were surrounded by beings while we were up there, so.
Well, because we camped on a cliff and we dug it out in the middle of the night. And it was like we actually anchored. We were on a cliff and we dug out a trough and then anchored to the rock to put our tent up. Yeah. So if we would have slipped off, we would have been right down. Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
And then one of the more powerful ones that he and I did in recent times was the Black Hills in South Dakota, the Lakota territory. And while we were up there, we actually gridded Mount Rushmore which was a thing in itself because Rushmore, anybody that knows what happened there.
Controlled by the Masons,
They,
or it was.
Yes, they desecrated, it was a very holy prayer spot for the Lakota beings, those presidents' monuments in that mountain. That mountain was actually a very holy spot. And so he and I went in there with a bunch of his grids and started gridding the location. And mind you, there's cameras everywhere. So we were literally ducking under cameras. Magic has been cast there over a long period, so we were basically doing counter magic to what was there, removing some of the dark magic out of that spot, and then gridding the spot so we could anchor our energy in there, but all the while we were being filmed, so we were ducking under cameras and moving at speed as we went through there.
I don't know what he's talking about. I have no memory of that at all. For all the three-letter agencies staring at my face, I have no idea. This is a lot of imagination. Go ahead.
But then when we actually got up into the Black Hills, it was like a whole other world. The energy coming off of that, the ancestors of the Lakota, Crazy Horse, we could feel his spirit all the way through
Crazy
there.
Horse's thing's almost done. That whole statue they were
Yes.
doing on the ridgeline, it's massive.
But yeah, as we were driving into there, we both got choked up because we could feel the history, of the Lakota people, and it there's a whole different energy there compared to anything that we felt before. And the thing with that mission, usually when he and I go on a mission, we get nonstop interference, be it the plane flights, anything else that has to do with tech shuts off. This one here, we were literally cloaked the entire time, so we knew that we were getting help from some of the higher dimensional beings. And the work that we were doing there, it was something that was long overdue. And that's a lot of like what we're doing, is it's literally just areas that they've been infiltrated and kind of manipulated over several millennia at the very least, but in the recent times, we've had a lot of this Masonic dark magic stuff where they've kind of turned anything, inverted things that were supposed to be one way into another way. And so he and I are like almost doing a reverse inversion on what they've inverted. And that's
Plus, we have Native American energy signatures. I am Blackfoot and Choctaw.
Cherokee here.
So my thing is that to do some of this stuff that we're doing, it's almost like you have to have, obviously, permission. Many spiritual people, gritters on earth, when you speak to the land, you first need permission. When we do stuff, this thing is all pre-organized that they're sending in the A-team to go take care of something. We don't go on a mission. We don't get sent. We're not random. You don't call in the captain of the Super Bowl team to go do some shit. You call us when you need something done. Another thing too is they call us for a shift. So they won't call us for, to get us motivated, not really motivated, but to really get us focused. We only know how to play one way. We don't know how to play half-ass. I don't know what that is. It's not in my genes. If you send us into an area, we will take care of every single object, every single target in that area, open the gates, clear everything out, and reset the plane. So some of us who operate like that, we don't know how to do half measures. So that's why they only use us when they really need something shifted.
Yeah, usually about 6 to 8 weeks out, we start getting the call, usually through spirit. We get messages, get ready. And so he and I will start doing everything, cardio, weightlifting, dialing our diets in, because every one of these missions, we push the envelope all the way.
It's life or death. I've almost died 7 times. This isn't a game. That's why we don't really like talking to people about doing some of this stuff, because you have to be all in. You can't get in a race car and go in the Daytona 500 and go, I'm only going to go in third gear. You'll get hit by the rest of the racers that are going 200 miles an hour. So when you're doing this type of spiritual stuff, it takes sometimes multiple lifetimes before. A lot of the stuff we learned how to do, I brought here. This is not my first walk in the park. This is not. So it's just something, and just to play with, and a lot of things too, as we got older and we started doing this stuff and we keep getting more responsibility. The weird thing is, the more powerful you become, the more chill you are. And everything is reflected in your auric field. Even the beings that normally would attack us don't attack us anymore, because I have a Blu-ray memory of every single time a being ever tried to attack me sitting in my auric field and what happened to them. They usually just go, let them pass. They're not here for us. They work on the planet. I'm not working for a specific species. I work for the owners, or let's just say the producers of this game. So when you work for Creator, it's a different vibe. And you will be tested. For everyone out there on earth who wants to know what this feels like inside. Integrity tests. You want to tell them about some of the integrity tests you got to go through? Because, I mean, this is why we're doing this, is really to teach people how we got to where we are now. But there's a lot of people that want to get their powers back, that want to activate their dormant DNA. They need to know that every single gift you get back comes with memories.
Yeah.
It's not curiosity. Every single time you get a supernatural ability back, it comes with all the memories of the last time you used it. It comes with a huge data bank. So it's almost like your higher self in robes will go, okay, you want telekinesis or you want full telepathic abilities back. All right, and it's like they pull up with a backpack and they put it on your desk. Read these books first. This is the last time you used it. This is how to use it. This is what can happen, what cannot happen. You have to fully embody what it is to be your true divine self. You can't play human pretending. You're an eternal soul inside of a suit, period. There is no maybe, there's no confusion at all when you play with real stuff. So you can't kind of go play with a bonfire. You're going to get burned. 100% of the time you go play in a bonfire, you're going to get burned. That's the type of focus you need to have when you're playing or unlocking your true talents and abilities. That sort of focus comes, though, when you make real sacrifices in your life. Some of the best motocross guys that you've ever seen, let's just say, because it's life and death too in motocross. You go off a backflip and you do a triple backflip in competition, you miss, you'll break your back, you could be a paraplegic. Same thing with a professional snowboarder. You go off a 60-foot jump, you don't have it in the tank, you doubt yourself, you fall, paraplegic. Same thing. But people don't like to mix spirituality with Olympic athletes. They like to keep you sitting and praying and meditating in a corner. They don't want to teach you how to actually do real things in the field. So we're a little different because our higher selves trained us specifically to work in the field. So that's how our training and why we take it so seriously is because the things that we've had to clean up and see and do in Black Bag Special, going after demons, running down beings that are taking advantage of others and feeding off of them, you go into that with us for 3 weeks in Dreamtime, your whole reality will change. We are on the other side of the screen. We are Oz sitting on the other side. There is no confusion for us. We don't get to play stupid, right? But with that also comes the true love and compassion that I have for my brothers and sisters, because all I want to do is help them. All I want to do is pull that shit off of them. All I want to do is rise them up. All I want them to see is the light and the divine energy they have inside of them. Because the more of us that are awake, the easier this whole job gets. It's not for us to put certain people on a pedestal, right, and pray to them. Find that divine master, find that inside of yourself. Open your own divine heart and join the squad. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's really what Creator's Kids are. We're a team. We've always been a team. So it's just something that you guys, people really need to get. It's unity, working together and coming together. Brother.
Yeah, I always say this. Individually, we're very powerful beings. Collectively, we are unstoppable. Yeah. So, but even what he was saying there, as the more power that you gain, the larger your energy signature becomes. So you have to actually watch what is going out in that energy signature, because you do affect the collective, and also you get the attention of the night side at times. The larger that signature is, one thing that he and I constantly say is when you're over the target, you get targeted. So you have to be really careful on what you're emanating out, the more powerful you become. Yeah. I'm trying to think of, in terms of what you said there, everyone can increase their power, everyone can increase their abilities. It's the amount of dedication that you have to it. The daily meditations, breath work, whatever it is to connect to your higher self, I'm constantly speaking to my higher consciousness. Guide me, protect me, shield my circle. And then prayer work is constantly speaking to both my higher self, to the Creator, and then asking to embody more of that presence within me so that I can emanate it out into this reality.
Creator has a lot of ways of removing things from your life that no longer serve you. Creator and our source has a way of, remember, everything in the universe is energy. Everything, no matter what your belief system is, everything is energy and vibration. So if you start oscillating faster than any people in your city, your town, your village, you're going to start shedding some of those programs or frequencies or lower oscillation speeds. And what happens is you start finding like minds, like hearts that are vibrating faster. And that is literally quantum physics. It's energetic. It's the Einstein theory. Like, there's so many things that explain that. So a lot of us go on the hero's journey. Put your hands up if you guys feel like you're on your hero's journey right now. Everyone in the room. So it's very important to know that everyone is on their own individual hero's journey. Each and every one of you is a true hero, right? So doing that, there's something that I could, like, I'm just trying to fast forward you guys. Like, I've been awake 17 years. My third eye came on my 29th birthday at 2:38 p.m. in Manhattan Beach, California. I've been staring through the veil for 16 plus years. I can't hide what I see. I can't pretend. I'm viewed differently. When you can see your higher selves and they're in direct contact with you 24 hours a day, there is no maybe. So what it is kind of like you have to almost step into that future self or that higher self of your own soul. You know, you don't get to play the, I don't know what I'm doing. Should I go home with her tonight? Like, I can't do that. You look at somebody, I'm scanning everything about you, your energy, your frequency, your function, everything. You're seeing everything. So what happens is you actually start to kind of control. Let's talk about what happens when you kind of energetically start to ascend. You're going to be able to control your root and your sacral chakras. You're going to start being able to choose the people you want to hang out with. You're going to start walking away from things that turn off your gifts, like alcohol or drugs, because it slows you down. You're going to start seeing things in your life as Band-Aids. A lot of people that smoke pot are just super empaths that feel everything and don't want to feel all the garbage around them. Let me smoke some weed so I can have peace right here, right now, and laugh with my friends. I don't want to feel what Tom, Kelly, and Johnny have been doing behind the scenes. So we all pick and choose whatever medicines, right, you want to be around. But the truth is, you're a bolt of lightning. You're a straight bolt of lightning. And once you guys get fully detoxed and clear, you'll. If I smoke pot, it slows me down. I feel hungover for a day. I take one sip of wine, I'm hungover the next day for 8 hours. You don't realize what this shit is until you get free of it. So what I'm trying to say is each and every person's going to go through this in their life. Same thing with food and diet. Listen, I stopped eating red meat, chicken, 2009. Quit turkey, 2015. Now listen, you eat some nice farm-grown stuff, and that's part of your blood type, hey, all about it. For me, some of us are so high, like, it's not even a high vibe thing. For me, it's an emotional thing. If I eat red meat, my whole chemistry changes. I'm not like a normal human. I absorb anything you put in my field, from you guys sitting here to dust in the air or smoke in the air. I'm fully empathic and absorbing and interacting with my environment. So anything. So here's the cool thing about this for all of these Pisces out there. Check it. Any Pisces here? God, I love you. Listen, hey, pay attention. Let me put you on the tee right now. So here we go. Pisces, spiritual people, empaths. Pay attention to who you hang out with. Pay attention to who is your friend. Pay attention to your circle. I'm a Pisces. I'm the nicest person ever. I let everybody in, even the guy with the dirty feet in the back. You know what I mean? I'm like, hey, maybe he forgot his sandals. You know? Well, we always try to give everyone the best opportunity, right? Pisces, or water signs, I should say. But here's the truth. We are very deep, old, and we absorb everything. And eventually in your life, everyone's an empath, right? When you find your right frequency, there's something in your life where you're like, I don't want to do that anymore. That really doesn't serve me. And a lot of the people around you will try to guilt you into not leaving home. Guilt you into, why don't you call anymore? Guilt you into, why don't you go unconscious and come back into NPC land with the rest of us? Join the rest of us. Why be different? You know, a lot of these people are in for a shit show when they cross worlds and they're staring at full-blown fucking angelics. Let me put some anxiety through your spine. Wait till you see a full-blown angelic staring at you, talking to you. You didn't do this. You signed up for this. You didn't want to stop doing this. You got to go back. One more time in 3rd grade with the rest of the kindergarten kids until you fucking get it. No one wants to hear that shit. They want to believe in their own things. Your soul chose to learn and experience certain things. Your free will did, right? So don't confuse that with, oh, I was forced to do this. Everyone has a choice. And we know negative shit happens. My brother can tell you right now, hey, we know. But once you're conscious enough, right? That's what I'm trying to say. You can be, I was dumb. I mean, in our early 20s, we were just completely out of control. Okay, party like a rock star, 21 to 26, right? Got sober. But now that you're conscious, now you can't go back. Do you see the difference? Once you're aware of the choice, then you're like, wait a minute, I can't do this shit again. That normally happens when people get older, but I wanted to share that with all the people waking up on earth, what it really is. It's once you're conscious enough, right? Then forgive yourself. Hey, I was a dumb 20-year-old. I was a child, right? I didn't know any better. We were pre-programmed. Literally, since the moment I woke up here till now, all the shit on the TV, the stuff they're giving you, all that stuff. So forgive yourself. That's all I wanted to say is forgive yourself, and everyone's doing a great job for where they are right now. Brother.
In relation to what he was saying about adjusting your circles, it can come across to a lot of people as being arrogant, but it's really not. It's like being spiritually sound. Most of us are starting to become more hyper-empathic. And so what we're doing is we're dialing in through frequency resonance, the inner circle that will be traveling with us as we continue to evolve. So actually two of the things that are happening right now for the collective, especially the ones that have been doing the work, is number one, the amount of empathy is increasing exponentially. We're actually becoming hyper-empathic to the entire collective field. And so we're feeling things very, very deeply, energetically. I'm an energy medium, so like I already had a jump on that a ways back. So I'm pretty much a hermit most of the time. I keep to myself, and a lot of people will take that the wrong way. They'll think, oh, he thinks he's better than I. No, literally, people's energy affects me. So I have to be very careful. I spend a lot of time out in nature. But secondary is our telepathy is increasing exponentially. A lot of people now will think of a person, 2 seconds later the phone rings, it's that person, or they get a text from that person. And these are old things that we once had that are being reactivated from the organic energies pouring in. We've had our DNA shut off, manipulated with over at least probably 3 to 4 millennia. And these energies that are pouring in are actually like keys going into energetic locks, unlocking the DNA. And as that comes back on, these ancient things that we once had, these abilities, these memories, all start coming back online. So you're going to experience a lot more of feeling the collective, even feeling nature. Like when I walk through nature, I don't just walk through physically, I'm walking through with my spirit, and I can feel the spirit of whatever forest I go through, the ocean. They all have like a different intelligence behind them, but that's actually going to increase for most of us as we expand. So those are things to look for, and don't feel, like he said, don't feel guilty when you're adjusting your circle down, because many of us have traveled lifetime after lifetime with a certain soul clan, and we're actually magnetizing that through frequency resonance.
Soul family.
Yeah.
No, you keep going. Listen. No one wants to hear me talk anymore.
No,
This is your show.
No,
There's people online. They're like, I want to hear Tone. Oh my God, he's so like native and strong.
Well, why don't we talk about clearing?
Clearing. All right. Well, you're the master. I mean, get out of your way.
In relation to that,
all right, it's clear.
Energy clearing is so paramount right now, because we also, on the flip side of things, are being absolutely bombarded and infiltrated with all kinds of weird stuff through the water, through the food, through the chemtrails, constantly under assault. And we were discussing this morning. We are seeing two timelines play out very, very pronouncedly right now. We're seeing the artificial being pushed more and more, hence what they're trying to get in our bodies to basically try to infiltrate that process of the DNA coming back online. And then the other flip side of things is that DNA coming back online and people leaning far more into spirit, into source. So one of the things that we constantly do to pull it towards that left-hand side is clearing our energy pretty much daily. Now, there's a lot of different ways of doing that. You can do that through grounding into nature. And if we think of this at the very least of being possibly a holographic overlay, what would be the realest thing in this reality? It would be that which has the most spirit within it. That's nature. So there's a reason why you feel the most at peace when you're in nature. It's literally like in the same resonance as your spirit, which is one of the only things that can come in and out of this realm. So the artificial is pretty much locked in here. We're not. So getting into nature, grounding into nature is one way of clearing a lot of that artificiality off of you, even energetically. Meditation and then deep focused breath work is something that I started doing about 5 years ago, and that is a reset button, especially when you're thinking about, okay, how much artificial nanotech and stuff like that is in me trying to operate and conglomerate together. Deep focused breath work basically raises a static charge of electricity in your body. So as you raise that charge, you can think of it as a internal EMP being generated from the center out. And it actually will cook a lot of that nanotech and discombobulate it so it doesn't take over your neural pathways.
See, that's why I don't like to talk, because you know a lot of stuff. So what else is cool? What do you guys want to know? I mean, you guys are sitting in front of us. What do you guys want to know about yourself? What do you want to know on the path? You have a question? Yeah, go ahead. Hit me with anything you want. I like the hardest questions first. I don't like easy questions. Come on.
Well, for me, memory has been very vague, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, okay, yes, I know this in glimpses, but it's never really like solid.
Is that when you wake up in the morning or in general?
I'm speaking of, my own selves, like I know a lot, but it's,
Mhm.
it's different than the self that is here experiencing things. Yes, I know what happened on Monday, for example, but versus with my other lives.
Past lives.
Yeah, exactly. Integrating them and all of that, it's working, but then at the same time, I feel like the memory, the remembrance of that is a little bit still very vague in a way, even though there's a lot of clues and things click.
So how to improve memory? The question is, what are some techniques to improve memory? Correct? Okay, so raise your hands if you guys have a dream journal. You guys have dream journals you write in the morning when you wake up? Okay, you don't, get one. Okay, well I didn't see your hand. I didn't see your hand. I didn't see your. Oh, there it is.
And why is he saying that? It sends a message to your subconscious mind that that's important. And remember, 95% of what we're experiencing out here has to do with the subconscious.
Okay, another thing too is your higher selves test you what your retention is in dream time every single night. So how much did the vessel actually retain from the night of lessons? And you guys will all go through that when you guys are still in Ascension School. Eventually you do graduate Ascension School and you get your little gold card. That means when you leave this place, you automatically go to the 5 or above. But a lot of people right now in the 4th dimension are in Ascension School. And let me give you a heads up on why. And why it's not as easy as everyone thinks to just, these people that just believe, oh, I'm just here and I get to do whatever I want to do and I get to go. No, you don't. Let me explain something. This game is designed in a very specific way, and we had to agree to be in this game. Sign contracts, agreements. I don't like the word contract, but agreements for us to be diluted and compressed to even fit in this container. I had to make agreements that I would not do what I can do. Okay? Just knowing that, most people don't even realize you agreed. So this game has about a 3x benefit. Now, I was talking to my brother David Starr, and from the angelic realm, this life counts for 3. It's a 3x bonus. You guys like to play video games? 3x. 3 to 5x experience boost in this incarnation. Okay, that's why there is so much polarity and duality on this planet. No, this is not the norm in the universe or the galaxy. This is a very specific, hardcore game that we chose to play. Any of you guys ever play World of Warcraft? Come on. with the beard. You never played World of Warcraft? Don't bullshit. You know what, bro? Listen, I know your girlfriend brought you here. You know what I mean? But you gotta don't bullshit. Okay. Anyways, for you guys out there that have never played World of Warcraft or Halo, for God's sakes, the whole thing is like imagine playing World of Warcraft and all of a sudden the character turns around and looks at you and goes, "Yo, homie, like I don't want to go in the dungeon." You know, like I've died 15 times in this dungeon. Why don't you get some backup? Imagine becoming the character that actually rotates, looks at God or their higher self in the face and goes, "I don't want to go in the dungeon. I want to go to jacuzzi. I want to go jacuzzi now." And they're like, "Wait, go." And all of a sudden, it's just like, "I don't want to go into the dungeon again." So that's kind of what, you know, sentience or becoming self-aware is. Everyone talks about this AI becoming self-aware. Do you guys have any idea when an organic, eternal soul becomes self-aware? Do you even know how powerful you are? Do you even know how many limiters are on your soul right now?
Yeah.
Dude, the ability set is locked in your DNA. You just got to turn it back on. You got to ask the right questions to get your memories. Questions, very specific questions, okay? First thing, memories. You need to be able to discern where you are when you're dreaming. Look at the sky, what's the color? Look at the ground, what's the technology level? Okay, instantly, for example, tell everyone on Earth, I know I'm in 4D this fast. I look up at the sky, what's the color of the sky? I look around, if it looks futuristic, like it's about 100 years in the future, I'm in 4D. If it looks like Dark City, sci-fi, sexy, you know, like dystopian, 4D, fourth dimension, right-hand side. That's where I am right now. 5D, beach sports, volleyball. Everyone's happy. Teamwork. Jesus. Yeshua. 5D. It's very simple once you recognize, you're like, where am I? Oh, I was there. Or I was there. You guys keep having memories of being in school. You're in Ascension School. You're not in college. You're in Ascension School. This is why this is really important. I want you guys to realize something. The reason why you need to go to Ascension School, and it's hilarious, I'm teaching other beings, lower selves, this in the physical. It's like the ogre in the dungeon knows the secret to the professor in the fucking tower. Let me explain it to you. There's a jump that comes, and it's right here. Check this out. John, follow me with the camera. I have the whole multi-dimensional template for Earth. This is my cheat sheet. So I'm going to teach you guys something that you're not going to learn anywhere else. So check this out. You're in 3D. Okay? Boom, 3D. There's 4D, lowest night form. This is where the reptilian, the vamps, the night crawlers, and all that shit exists. So 3D, this dot is your sternum. I'll make this shit so simple that you cannot not know this. That dot in 3D is your sternum. Your light side is on your left. Your heart is on your left for a reason. There's a cable that touches right here and goes up and to the left, through your heart, through your left shoulder, up into the sky. Now, your right side, okay, this is service to self. Cable goes right through your right pectoral, right shoulder blade, up into the sky. So right side, service to self. Left side, service to others. Okay? So back to what I was saying here. 5D, lowest light form, Pleiadian land. We love the Pleiadians. It's super sexy. Okay? 7D, even more sexy. Angelic, Pleiadian, Andromedan. By the way, 7D Andromedan. If you didn't know that, you're welcome. 9D, Olympian, Hathor, Angelic, Nordic, Andromedan. Most of us, I feel, that are actually part of the God Squad, drop from 9 to come down here. We're 9D and down, baby. We're not from fucking welcome to freaking, you know, what's left. Welcome to Key, right? No, most of us came from here. And then you, my friend, you know you're higher angelic, right, baby? That's sexy. That's sexiness right there. Okay, so, for all you sexies, put your hands together if you're a high, sexy, angelic pretending every fucking day. Put your hands up. I want to know. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you see the difference? 4 people know, like, no, I'm sexy as shit. I'm just fucking pretending every day. Fucking Groundhog Day. I guess I'll make some pancakes. Yeah, welcome to the show. We're not all sleeping. For everyone out there on Earth watching. Okay, so this is where a lot of you guys on the night side. So back to Ascension School. I'm going to keep it real simple because I can do this for hours. I'm going to give it to Tone. Listen, do you see this jump from 4D to 6D? This is why you have to be in Ascension School. Let me explain some shit to you. If you're in 4D right now in Ascension School, right here, this is you at night, every single night you're dreaming you're in college. Here's what they don't tell you. It's a much easier jump if you turn your heart on and go to 5D. I'm going, hey, I'm going to let go of all this bullshit. I'm going with Jesus and God, and I'm going to get on that left side, okay? This is what happens if you want to be, I'm a bad boy, I'm a bad girl. I want to fucking stay night side. Let me explain to you why you need to be in Ascension School. The 4D to 6D jump is gnarly. You're going from, I'm the biggest vampire in Brooklyn to, I'm a fucking Starfleet officer in a goddamn wormhole. There's a huge jump in intellectual connectivity. The speed from this to this is insane. So, not telling you which polarity to choose. I'm telling you why you have to be in Ascension School. No matter what you choose in Dreamtime, you have to be in college. Go this way, 5D, organic, all day. But for you guys that want to keep all your power and go night side, I've already gone through this about 3.5 years ago. My 4D did the 4D to 6D jump. And by the way, they leave. They get on a craft and they bounce. They graduated this level of video game and they're out. They don't hang out with you. They don't really like you. They used you like a used paper towel. If you really want to know what the dark side is and the night side. They use you like a paper towel. As soon as they get what they want, they're out. You can write it on a postcard. I'm teaching you 100% facts right now. I've already gone through 3 ascensions in this incarnation. It was just that my 10D went to 12D. My Palladian went to 9D. My 4D went to 6D. I'm here waiting for this. 3D to 5D. That's what I'm waiting for. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up for everyone on Earth that thinks it's very confusing. It's not. If you're going to stay night side, that 4D to 6D jump is very difficult. That's all I wanted to share. That's why you got to be in college.
And what he was referring to about this being 3 times is because very few beings have the courage to come down into this place. Even the ETs, they don't dare tread in this place. One of the things that happens for the vast majority of us, each time we incarnate into a body here, we get mind wiped. So you forget. In relation to what you saying that you don't remember, that's that mind wipe that you come down here. So anybody that does get memories, that's a testament to the power of your soul. Your soul is that powerful that it's clawing past all of that wiped out stuff, your DNA being shut off, because your DNA is also, it has the storage of the Akashic records in it. And so every single person in this room, the fact that you're here is a testament to just how powerful your soul is. You're getting memories back that they have thrown the kitchen sink at you to forget what you are. And so that's a testament that you guys arrived here after everything that's been thrown at you, cradle to grave, and multi-incarnationally. Like most of us have been doing this multiple lives, and just in this life, he and I finally went, okay, wait a minute, we're here to do something totally different than, live, eat, work, die. Like we knew that we were being called from something else to do that. Also in relation to getting your memories, retaining those memories, affirmations before you go to sleep at night. Higher self, keep my field completely clean. I will remember with complete clarity upon waking all of my memories in dream and astral time. And then you repeat that as you're drifting off, and you're sending that to your subconscious mind. So that's a way of increasing those memories, the shadow memories that normally get pulled back right as you come into waking consciousness.
Anything else? Hit me. Hot angelic in the back. Hit me. I love your silver robes. Give me everything. What you got?
All right. So
5 minutes. Okay.
Telepathy. For those that, hey, we're open to the idea that this is coming on. Let's go a step further and talk about those that are actually experiencing it, what that looks like, how to navigate some of the awkward aspects of that, and anything else that you'd love to share as far as for those folks.
I would encourage to do it with people that you've already had the experience with, because they're already on the same frequency resonance with you. One of the things that I actually do is I work it with animals. So like if I have a pet dog, I'll look that dog in the eye and I will literally close my eyes after I look in the eye, and then I'll put something in my vision screen, my imagination of what I want that dog to do. And then I close my eyes again, and by the time I open my eyes, that dog is doing exactly what I put there. So that's a way of sending the visual back and forth. And then once the animals start doing it, you can try to do it human to human. But yeah, start with somebody that is in resonance with you, that you've already had some of those experiences. Like, I was just thinking about that. I can't believe you said that. That's telepathy.
Or someone like this. Listen, there's a lot of weird species down here, but just for everyone on Earth, I prefer to like be telepathic with a Nord. Can we just get some of this? There's so many weird things they made down here in this. This is sexy. Okay, anyways, we talking about telepathic stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so speed. When I talk to ETs, I don't do. Okay, start with this. The whiteboard. Oh, this is cool. This is how I started. Okay. My energy body turned on first. So in the very beginning, I would be like, it took all of my energy I had and focused. So here's my 3D hand, right? Hold this. Here's my 3D hand. It took all of the energy I could do to separate my energy arm, which is 3 times the size. My hand is this big. Okay? All I could do was this in the beginning, and I could go like this. Hi. I could just wave. I could just go, you. Hi. Okay, it started that slow, you know. So the screen, what I would do is I would take my finger and I literally imagine in the sky if you want, or a big white movie screen, write, hi, I am Rion. Right? It's a very basic telepathy because it's a visual. Yeah. You're not using your mammalian monkey mouth, like, hey, baby, can you hear me? They don't have vocal cords. You're going, I'm Roger. And then you wait. And then you go, close your eyes, mind's eye. How are you? When they write in star glyphs, give it a second because they're going to go glyph, symbol, glyph, glyph. So what happens is translate. And all of a sudden the glyphs will go, I am Stardust, or whatever the fuck, these fucking names they make up. Alora Glala. Alora Gloria on the morning dew on the Tuesday of the morn. Like, calm down. Just, I feel like I'm in Fifth Element, She's like, I'm the Fifth Element. La, 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 la. He goes, yeah. Give me the, ha, Lilu. Okay, so practice with that. When you get good, cool things you can do. When you make jokes about other ET species, right? Right? There's like 2 guys on Earth who are like, yeah, bro. You see me now? What you can do is send movie clips. I'll do Step Brothers all day long. Like we're gonna fuck shit up. Like, we're gonna interview as a team. You're like, dun, 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 dun. They're like, are you guys coming? You can do things where you do movie clips. Because remember, and I'll give you guys a hint. When they did the EBIN, when they used to bring the EBIN out in the secret space program, they had a little EBIN that worked with the military. Really smart dude. He had a fun time barbecuing big grown men with telepathy. So what they do is, human beings can handle 1 channel. So the guy would sit there, the EBIN locks eyes with you and goes, what's up, little bitch? It'll shoot 6 movies at you simultaneously. I'm from here, you're from there, you're kind of dumb, I like this, can you even pay attention? They'll shoot 6 screens at you simultaneously. So as soon as I learned that, I was like, oh, you little shit. Let me practice doing 6 screens at the same time. So I'd go, Step Brothers, fucking, I don't know why Will Ferrell just comes into it, I go like Step Brothers, then I'd throw a little like Talladega Nights, like Shake and Bake. And I would put 6 different movie clips on the screen so the ET's looking at me going, dude, I'm like, Shake and Bake. shake and bake. And they're looking at you like, whoa, you're like really. So use whatever you got, right, to practice. You see what I'm saying? In the beginning, hi, don't watch me when I'm naked in the shower. I don't know why all the conditioner's gone. Please don't judge me. Because everyone's watching. There is no privacy on this planet. Another thing, I'm going to throw it out there. But ladies and gentlemen, hey, listen. We're all watching you. We see everything. We see through walls. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for our first presentation. Jonathan, thank you for having us.
Thank you, guys. It's wonderful to be here. And we'll be doing it again next weekend.
Yes, Rise of the Guardians, May 8th through the 10th, teamlightstore.com. And for everyone here, we're going to give you guys a special hookup. But we are at the Performing Arts Center next weekend, where we'll be on stage. It's going to go off. And I'm excited. Again, I will be on again today at 1:45 to 3. And then DJ Starlord's going to come in hot. And if you guys have any specific questions for us, listen, we're your family. We're your brothers. I'm here to help. Everyone only has so much time on this earth. I'm serious. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow. You never know what's going to happen the next 600 days. So if you guys have a specific question, you need some help, ask your brothers. I love you so much. Thank you.
and today I'll be channeling for you all, and we'll do a little bit of a talk first, and then we'll go into meditation as well. I channel two of my higher dimensional aspects that I've come into contact with so far and have met. One of them, she is a universal master in a group of universal masters, and she is a part of creating this universe that we have the pleasure of experiencing. Part of her role as well is to oversee the Sisterhood of the Rose in particular and Descended Master Realm. So when she brings energies through, the Ascended Masters come in, and then I don't know who else we get the luxury of connecting with, because it's matching your frequency and what is needed for anybody online or in the room to help support you in your ascension and coming to know more of the depths of your soul. The other aspect of myself that I've connected with, her name is Elmira. She is a Pleiadian hybrid galactic ambassador. And I'll share more of her particular story in a moment about how I've met her and come into contact with her. But we will be focusing on activating some of our higher dimensional DNA. So one of the things that I think is important for us to understand is we are much more than we think we are. And we all feel it in our bodies, or we wouldn't be here today. It's a pulse that keeps pulling us to come back into that alignment. It's innate within us to be connected to the cosmos. It's natural. It's not something that is above you or without you. It is within you. We are made up of many galactic races around the world, and my friend Adria will be going more into that later, or around the universe, not the world. But how many of you have heard of the 12-strand DNA? Okay, so we're a little familiar. So our 12-strand DNA is our whole ability, our whole self when it's online. Right now, we are only operating out of 2 typically, unless you have started to clear the distortions. So modern science is saying that we only have 2 online right now because they can't see the other ones. Greg Braden has even shown evidence in his conferences that our DNA was shut down at some point, and it was tampered with from ancients. And I'll go into in a minute why that happened from the fall of Atlantis. But right now we are not operating at our full capacity as humans. Our DNA has the ability to have universal consciousness streaming through it. Right now, though, what's happening is we're not able to fully access this until we clear the distortions and densities in our cells. So right now, what's happening with these unpleasant emotions that we experience, whether it's anger or fear, sadness, guilt, shame, greed. Greed is a big one. That creates this distortion. And then our cells restrict. So they're not able to go into their full expansion. But what happens when we clear these energies of emotions that are being held in our body, then we get to experience that expansiveness, and why so many of us are starting to have these experiences that we're talking about. Coming into our spiritual gifts, our so-called psychic abilities. My guides don't like to call it psychic because that kind of puts something on a pedestal that's unattainable for you, and it's not. It's within you too. So anytime that you're going to anybody as well that's a psychic, they better be empowering you to be finding that within. Just a side note. Thank you. the restriction, it's stopping our body, our cells, to be able to function as their original blueprint. So this is why it's so important to start clearing your traumas, because these are also imprints from other lives. And this creates this alchemical process where then these come online. It's not something that you have to say, just will your way through it. That can't happen, but you usually have had to have released something first. Otherwise, if you don't, that's where distortions can also happen, because then people are receiving information and then they're doing it from a place where there might be a blockage, like in their root chakra, and that's where we see maybe somebody who might even be schizophrenic. So part of my background as well is I've been a mental health therapist for over a decade, and translating this into how do we bring mind, body, spirit integration and what's actually us and what's not. So what the guides have shared with me during the fall of Atlantis, what happened, basically our original blueprint was accessing all. We had all of this online. Gaia's original blueprint herself was operating in a higher dimensional. So with her operating in a higher dimension, they said she kind of had a range from the 3D, from 7 was kind of the typical blueprint, but then it had the ability to go into the 9th dimension. So coming to Earth was a really cool experience for people, because you could go and play with these lower dimensions and still have that higher dimensional DNA online. And so it's kind of a playground, because in other planets, you don't have that variety. Earth did. So, but what happens when you have that combination of your higher dimensional DNA being online and having these states of greed, power is what wants to happen. So the Atlanteans kind of started playing with some dark matter. And then at that point, because of what they were tapping into, they had the potential to collapse our entire universe. So there's many different names for them: Galactic Federation of Light, Galactic Command, the Galactic Ambassadors, essentially at that point, because they needed to maintain universal law, had to interfere. So they gave Gaia herself a choice. They said, we can reset you, or we will honor this physical experience, this experiment, because it was an experiment to have this variety of consciousnesses. We will honor this, and we will send the call for light workers to help you go back to your original blueprint. And when you get to a certain light quotient, there's no going back. So for me, this has been remembering this information, coming across one little tidbit of information that just you remember, you're crying, you're bawling, you have chills. But now essentially we're in this place where we're unwinding these distortions. So when Atlanteans, some of them, not everybody, started doing this, people were mad. And that started our victim consciousness here on Earth. There was a lot of grief because Gaia was a paradise. I know for myself, I had a life as a Lemurian, and that started from me, my own victim consciousness. I was pissed. Anytime anybody would say the word Atlantean for a long time, I would just have this visceral response in my body, and why? Why would I have that? So I would also encourage you to get curious when you notice you start having certain responses or where you're pulled to with information. There might be something there for you about your life. So now we're in the process of having these other 10 strands come back online. And the more that we show up to these unpleasant emotions, the more we have a chance to allowing this ascension process to happen naturally. And we don't want to create again from those lower states of consciousness, or else we're just going to have a repeat of what has already occurred. So on a personal note, with my guide Elmira, I discovered along the way that she's connected to monitoring these holographic capsules. And they've been implanted by the Pleiadians a long time ago that transmit frequencies, and they're plugged in at sacred sites that support the activation of our 12-strand DNA. But they only come online when we are ready. If we're not ready for them, then they only pulsate out what we are in alignment with our consciousness. So I'm going to share a little bit now about meeting Elmira. I learned a little while ago in my awakening journey. I woke up in 2020, and then I started channeling Amora in 2023. But along the way somewhere, I had learned about the Pleiadian time capsules coined term by Cryon. And he had mentioned these, and they felt a little resonant for me, but I didn't really know exactly why. And later I learned that they were in these nulls and nodes is what he calls them. So the nodes are vortexes, like energy. They are the ones that take in energy that is no longer needed. Nulls transmit information. So as I went through this process of kind of just getting tidbits of information, at the same time I had started leaving to travel for Washington. I packed up my stuff and said, I'm gonna go just travel some beautiful places and see what happens. My first stops were in Mount Shasta and Hawaii. And at the same time, I had been doing an online workshop in Uluru. And in that workshop, the Pleiadian Star Mothers came in and gave us a sacred symbol that would help us with our ascension process. And I saw the Vesica Pisces. If any of you aren't familiar with this holds the balance of feminine and masculine energy. And when we are in alignment with this, we then can access divine consciousness. And the more that we're in alignment and in balance with that, we're not being pulled from one of those energies. We're in receptivity and then creating a safe container for that intuition to then be shared and moved through. We move from our beingness and then we do. So, and I had already received this symbol when I had gone to Glastonbury the year prior, or actually earlier that year, and was shown that the masters were using this to access their higher self. And so when I saw this symbol, and then I realized that I was on this Uluru workshop, going to Hawaii and Mount Shasta, that there was a Lemurian connection. And then I thought about it and I tuned in and I asked if there was something I needed to know, and I heard these Pleiadian time capsules. Not what I expected. I thought I was going to be remembering some of my Lemurian codes, and I was like, okay. And then I heard to revitalize these capsules with the Vesica Pisces. And at that point, you're still not kind of trusting all the way. And so I'm wondering, did my mind just make this up? And then right after that, I see this flower of life symbol in my massage therapist bathroom shower, and of all places, just super random. And if you're not familiar with that, the Vesica Pisces is made up. That's what the flower of life is made out of. So all these synchronicities kept kind of leading up. And then once I went to Maui and did the activation at Mount Haleakala Crater, as I'm leaving, again, I'm passing by this gift shop, another flower of life. Okay, thank you. And I didn't know at that point about the nulls and nodes, and then later looked it up and found out that they were indeed in Maui and Mount Shasta. And then later, Sarah Bruxman Cosme was doing a workshop, and she was saying that the flower of life is from the Pleiadians. So I'm like, okay. So fast forward another month, I'm bilocating up to the ship, and they said, you have a seat at the council, don't forget. Don't forget you already have a seat. I'm like, okay. What council? And then the council that oversees humanity. So I said, okay. And when I go up on the ship, my hands don't move. So it was this confirmation that I feel like I'm on Earth, but I'm not really there. My consciousness is in that multidimensional aspect. So everybody has their own experiences of how that looks or how that feels. Some people, their third eye feels, or they see everything. Some people are feeling, sensing. So this all looks different for everybody. We may have an opportunity to go on this ship in a minute. This will all be in response to what feels in the highest good for everybody. But the next time I went on the ship, I saw a blonde who had a braid in her hair and pointed ears, which is kind of funny. I went to the bathroom and saw on the screen that it kind of like looked just like her on the screen. I was like, okay, and she had this big blue eyes and wearing this beautiful blue robe. And I said, who are you? She says, I'm you. And I was like, oh, okay. And my body at the same time is just having these visceral chills, this snap in where, this electricity, something had to happen happening to my own DNA. And she says, I said, well, what's your name? And she says, Elmira. So I said, okay, well, nice to meet you. See you later. And I look up later, and Elmira means commander. And then at that point, I connected that and I'd asked her further, she said that she monitors the Pleiadian time capsules, what Cryon is saying, but they coined them, they're just holographic capsules. And they essentially, it looks like a time capsule, so I could see where that's why when I've seen it visually, it's like an implanted, like when we're in grade school and we get those cool little time capsules, and then we want to open it up our senior year, it's something like that of a tube that's implanted in these sacred sites. So luckily we're also in Sedona. There's not one here, but we are connected through the grid lines to all of them. So there's also potential that we might receive some of that today. And then she also just monitors these grid lines right here. So fast forward another month, I was actually at Sedona Ascension last year there to do an event, and a guy asked me, he said, can you do a DNA activation? I said, yeah. And then Elmira came in, was not expecting it. At this point, I had only channeled Amora. And so I asked them the next day, what is this? What just happened? They said, well, we want you to start taking people up on the ship. So I was like, oh, okay. That feels a little out of my comfort zone. But I said, so who do I practice this with? And they said, well, do I know them? And they said, no, but you'll find out. You'll meet them really soon. And my friend calls me, and I was going to get a burrito at this place that I love here, and they were out. And she said, well, I'm at Chocolate Tree. You want to come and meet my friend? And it's this beautiful Adria, who's now my friend, and was the perfect person, as she has now, in the midst of that, downloaded a book about what our 12-strand DNA is about. So, just a lot of synchronicities flowing through that. And then the last one, I actually did a vending event here at Humankind for Yaima, and went to go grab a table from my friend, and he says, "What do you do?" And I told him, and he said, "No way, I just got this book called Elmira from this other channeler," and on the description was exactly what I said that she does. So I encourage you and share this just so that you know if she comes through. It may be just Amora facilitating everything, but regardless, they would be in collaboration with these ambassadors. But I just wanted to bring this to your attention to understand these processes and how maybe to play with how your intuition, how your spirit wants you to follow the little nudges and get curious. The more that you can stay in curiosity, that's when those memories come on. When you have that feeling in your body, pay attention to what it might be saying to you. So once we start unraveling our higher dimensional DNA and we start experiencing our multidimensional nature, we can maybe even start playing with that there might be another, whether it's a future self or a past self, that we're being able to access. Okay, so that's a little enough of that part. I'm going to go into channeling now. And we will see what Amora would like to say. Beloved ones, I am Amora, here with you in your now moment. We want to share a few things to add to what this one has already said. It's important that you understand more and more that who you think you are has not even begun to reveal itself to you. If you would like, as we share these words, we invite you to close your eyes, as we will be sending each one of you specific energies and frequencies that might just stir up a little bit of remembrance within your own self. The nature of who you are is quite vast. Your abilities go beyond what you even understand right now when you see these spiritual gifts coming online. We would encourage you to think about what might be the higher function of some of them. When you see somebody levitating, for example, it's not just a party trick. What might that help them do in understanding the quantum nature within their own self, to explore and experiment with technologies that might be available to create? The Lemurians, in their times, also had the abilities to walk on water. This was not just this one Yeshua that had this ability. It's something that when you know to work with the quantum nature of universal law, that is able to come online for you. Which is even a part of why he said, you can do this and more. The other part of this that's important to start paying attention to, as we said, is where you get your power away. And that includes when you start to come into contact with these other galactic races. They, at least the benevolent ones, are only there to support you in your own remembrance. When you start to put them on a pedestal, then that starts to create the distortion around you, allowing for yourself to experience what you already are. These beings are here to remind you, to guide you back to your light. Some of them may be your own star families that you came from. One of the phenomenons that kind of occurs within the spiritual communities is a little bit of mesmerizing of these galactic beings. That is not the purpose of connecting with them. The purpose, once again, is to remind you of your light and what is already within you. What do you think they see you as? They see you as your own cosmic being. Fascinating that you're in this physical experience. And if they are a part of your own star family, they may be reminding you of what you hold within your cells, technologies, remembrances that are within your cells. These Akashic records that have already been mentioned that are in your higher dimensional DNA. Beloveds, you have universal consciousness available to you, but you have signed up because your soul knew that you could remove the debris from the lower densities and distortions held within your cells. You knew on a deep level how to come back into your heart, how to see again with your heart. It's time to see. You are ready. In a few moments, we'll move into meditation. We just want to share a little bit about what you might expect from this. Within this meditation, we will take you into a higher dimensional consciousness. And then we will be creating a field with the various ascended masters and the galactic ambassadors that are within your atmosphere There are a few crafts within your atmosphere that will be taking you through a process to support each and every one of you on an individual level for what is in your best and highest good right now. So if you have not already, go ahead and close your eyes as we move into the meditation. Just taking a moment to go inside, knowing that these next few moments are just for you. Just feeling your body. And as we begin, and for you to note, so as we call in these different energies, just ask inside, no need to say out loud. Just ask inside for these different beings and consciousnesses to respond to you. So first, we will begin with connecting with the earth, calling in the energy of the earth to come up, down, come up through your feet, into your entire energy field. And just feel. Feel your Gaia as she connects with you. For you and her are one, as a part of a being here on her planet. Next, we will ask you to imagine a pyramidal structure around you. And this pyramidal structure prevents any interferences and allows for you to receive only what is for you. In connecting to your own light body. We will begin vibrating this pyramidal structure and your light body up out of the third dimensional frequencies. And we will slowly rise to the 12th. So now moving into the fourth dimensional frequency, the fifth dimensional frequency, the sixth dimensional frequency, vibrating faster and faster, all the way to the seventh dimension. We will pause here for a minute, allowing your energy field to recalibrate to this frequency. And just feel. Continuing to vibrate faster, up into the 8th dimension, the 10th dimensional frequency, continuing to rise up and up to the 11th, all the way up to the 12th. So inside, asking for a strong 12th dimensional energy field. Just the asking is all you need to do. And allowing for your energy field to vibrate faster and faster. We will now begin bringing in some guides that will support you through this process. First, we start with your own higher self, your super conscious self. So asking inside to connect with your higher self and just feel. Feel the knowingness and love in this connection. Next, we'll be creating a strong, divine feminine field for you to be held and open to more receptivity. So first, this one Mother Mary, wishing to bring her energy, this divine mother, for she embodies this archetype and helping you to feel held. So that you may trust what you can receive from your own self. Nothing to do, just allowing. And while this one Mother Mary is a part of this lineage, the Sisterhood of the Rose is now wishing to bring their energy, this divine feminine lineage that is not only earthbound. These ancient feminine beings are masters at anchoring divine feminine consciousness into planets. This is a consciousness that just flows through you, just with your allowing. A few wishing to be named. Is this one Kuan Yin? As she holds you in compassion. This one, Mary Magdalene, the beloved of Yeshua. And Isis, spreading her wings around you, creating a cocoon of some sort. And just feel. Knowing that you are worthy of this love, for this love is you. Next, wishing to add and share in his energies is this one, Yeshua, this divine masculine. to hold a container, this master of love, nourishing you into safety. As you remember who you are. Each and every one of you have indeed come from other planets. Whether you are in person here on the live stream or listening to this recording at another time, you'll still receive these energies. So next we ask for you to call in your own star family and just feel. The mind may start wandering, reaching or grasping for specific information. Names are not important. If you receive one, beautiful, but just the asking of connecting with your own star family is enough. Trusting to just let yourself feel. To feel this remembrance of more of your true nature. Along with your star family and the galactic ambassadors that are monitoring right now, they will be assisting you in a process in just a few moments to connect you to what they call the recalibration chambers. Some of these have been called from other channelers healing chambers. They are one and the same. We choose not to use the word healing because in reality you are not broken. We're just, as we said earlier, recalibrating the distortions that are held within your field. So beginning now, they're starting to transmit a pillar of light around you. This pillar of light will hold just you and isolate your energy from anyone and anything around you for these next few moments. With your permission, that is. You may say, no, thank you, or yes, I would like this. We will honor your free will. If you do not want to receive the transmissions that will occur in these next few moments. So just a simple yes or no inside. For those that you have given your permission, we are now connecting you to these chambers with your light body. Nothing to do, just the allowing. For each and every one of you, the specific emotion that we'll be working on addressing, recalibrating, that have been held within yourselves is this emotion of anger. So we are taking a moment with each one of you to release this from within your field. For some of you, you may have a specific memory of as a child, or even a recent occurrence in your last week. The reason we are focusing on this specific emotion is right now your full moon in Scorpio is bringing up that which is stinging within you and wishing to be released. So we will continue working with you. In scanning your energy field. For those of you that are ready and have cleared some of this debris, we will be stimulating some of these higher strands of your DNA. Just allowing, nothing to do. We may keep repeating this often, but your mind continuously on its program feels like it needs to do. So we just want to gently continue to remind your mind that it can take a back seat. And even now, we are allowing for your mind to be held itself like it's in a cloud and sleeping on the most beautiful pillow. Some of you have indeed bilocated up onto our craft. You may explore a little if you would like. In a few moments, we will open the chamber doors. In 3, 2, 1. There are 2 beings assigned to each of you that have been guiding and facilitating this process. They will now return you back to the chamber. Through your light pillar, back into your body. And slowly, this light pillar is dissolving around each and every one of you to where you may begin feeling the room. Take a moment to notice and feel your whole energy body and your energy field. Feeling the cells vibrate. For we are now vibrating that beautiful heart center within you. We want you to radiate this to every cell in your body. Allowing for each cell to be held and vibrated in and around. And then once again, feeling your body. And the room you're in. And then slowly, no rushing, go ahead and open your eyes and come back into the room. How are we on time, John? How are we on time?
5-10 minutes.
Okay. Does anybody have any comment? I would also say drink some water. Can help bring you back to the room. Does anybody also, we can open the floor for comments or questions. Sometimes it helps to if you feel brave enough to share your experience, because then somebody else might remember something that they experienced. I know we may still not be here all the way. If there's any questions or comments.
Yeah, it was a wonderful experience.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was interesting because I really don't usually resonate with, alien or, Galactic Federation type of stuff, but, the ship, and as soon as anyone brings up ships or anything, I get a lot of resistance, but in this meditation, I was literally just in this, like, swirling, like, body of light, like, it was literally moving all around me, it was just white light, and it was such a peaceful, wonderful feeling, like, something genuinely happened, like, I could feel my third eye sort of open in my heart. It's wonderful. Like, you're really magical.
Oh, thank you. But are you open to a sharing or a feedback?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean,
Beloved, for you in particular, this was a moment that from that openness, it started to allow you to see the vastness of your own self, of who you truly are. This is what we've been saying from the beginning of this hour. It is quite lovely, and everybody in this room also felt that vibration of your share. This is just a brief glimpse for you. We understand when you say the resistance to being on ships and the galactic beings, because a lot of times it feels far-fetched and it's ungrounded. We would encourage you to find ways that feel grounding for you. Play with it and have fun. Welcome to more of your light. Anyone else? Okay. Yeah?
So, just a validation of kind of a shared experience in terms of not a structural shift, but a swirling of light experience. If that would be helpful to anyone, they're very well broad also, like sharing that. Wanted to just kind of share that. That stood out to me personally as a kind of obscure or abstract way to, or is it? Maybe it's a new and way that works for those of us that want to play with it.
So similar to what she had described, the swirling of light? Is that,
Yeah.
you experienced that as well?
Yes.
And that you're asking, you want to know more about it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, in the sense of for me, going into something like this is a very subjective thing, and I would never expect something that is happening in here to be all that close to what is happening with someone else. However,
It is some
she was brave enough to describe. So yeah, is there anything that you could share with people about that?
Beloved, what you're describing is a part of the process of cellular repair. The cellular repair that we're referring to is light literally infusing back into your DNA. Your DNA, if you were to see it through a microscope, you would see a kaleidoscope of beauty swirling together and how it's meant to function. So congratulations, more of your light is coming into your DNA. Okay, yeah.
When the prompt came to connect with the beings from other planets that you came from, my field filled up with plants and animals and the humans from this earth. And this is not the first time that I try to connect out and I get brought here. I'd love to hear your insight on that.
What I'm seeing is it's almost like the animals and plant life. It feels like there's a connection for you to where these animals and plant life have been brought to from. Like, for example, was there any specific animal?
No.
Okay, like the whales or dolphins, those are have been brought from Syrian races,
Mammal. Land mammals.
land mammals. Let's see if Amora has anything. Do you connect with the fairy realm?
My little person did.
What's that?
My little person did. More. Yeah.
Your inner child.
Yeah.
We would encourage you to connect with her, to explore this. The plants and animal kingdom are the playground for the fairies. There's a divine inner child and a wounded inner child. We would invite you in your meditations to just play with calling this divine inner child and that one that was connected. To just see what they might like to share with you. How does that feel for you?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. We are at time. Thank you all.
So we're gonna go ahead and do a 30-minute break. We'll be back here around 2. Is that on time for everybody? I can make it a little longer if it's not, but 2 o'clock work for everybody? Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was so wonderful.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you had a beautiful experience.
I love it, yeah. I usually don't feel much at all.
Good.
Well, I do, but with guided meditations and things, I'm
Right.
very skeptical.
told you if we dance in the blizzard, we are not getting cold. So keep on dancing, baby.
In quarantine for
I know the feeling, it's traumatizing. I fall apart piece by piece. No superheroes, no silver linings. Just keep on moving to the beat. Paralyzing every pore. Oh, you feel it taking over you. To the center of your core. The lies are getting overused. When you are under the weather, getting caught in the storm. Do you remember? I told you if we dance in the blizzard, we are not getting cold. So keep on dancing, baby. We fall apart, piece by piece. That's how the little things get huge. Just keep on moving through the beat. Don't let them get the best of you. When you are under the weather, getting caught in the storm. Do you remember?
You are on.
I am always on, John. We're going to watch a little trailer I made for you guys. I hit spacebar here. And we're going to start the Team Light ET races. And I'm your host, Rion, on this adventure we're going on together. We're going to see some more cool footage. Here we go. This is another new track by DJ Starlord. I know the guy, you know, really hard to get a hold of. We're going to talk about Earth Alliance. And I have a very special individual in the audience. I don't know if he's going to make it to camera, but I got to be honest with you. You know, you ever seen like Real Genius with Val Kilmer? You know the guy that like kind of kept Laszlo, that was like the smartest of them all, that would like lived in the closet? He was like the smartest of them all. They're like, oh, he cracked it 12. Like, we got a guy like that here. You know what I mean? We got like the number one guy. He's here in the audience right now. And he ends up with the cheerleader at the end of the movie. You gotta remember, he ends up with the hottest girl. All right. We're watching a trailer. All right. We're gonna be activating your DNA. TeamLifeStore.com, baby. Hogwarts. You gotta go there.
Symbol star systems flowing in, pulling me back in. Galactic Alliance calls me home. It's time to show who really runs.
This is where I know that guy. I know that guy too. I know both these guys.
Through this ordinary life, multiverse calling.
So I thought I was getting a $10,000 ticket in Ireland because I broke into this. This is not random hiking. They said, keep out, do not go. My guides were like, that way, 4 miles.
So, just let you know what that is. That's why it looks like that. That's the Causeway of the Giants Causeway. Oh, we can talk about that too. This cone, dominating.
It's time to rise, rise up, rise up, rise
All right. That's me gritting in the pit of Los Ojos. Yes, I can scuba dive. That's me. And that's me in the dark, underground, in like a whatever, you know, those underground cenotes. Egypt, China, Egypt, Red Sea. We had CCP officers tailing us all through China. That was a lot of fun. And there's this jackass. I don't know who this guy is. Hey. That's it. Check me out on Amazon. Cosmic Surfer. Kukulkan, that's my homie.
Multi-dimensional humans, let it be known. Awaken the God in you, you're never alone.
Some sort of a guy here. I don't know that guy. There's that guy too. I heard that guy. I heard good things about that guy. Not really sure. And there's this guy. You guys might have seen him this morning. That guy. All right, ET races. Here we go. Put your hands together one more time. Thanks you guys for coming out to Stellar. Listen. Thank you, John, for hosting this amazing event. You know what I mean? I don't know if you can hear me, John. But we talked about this before. Let's talk about some cool things that you may or may not know. Ever since there was this, I don't want to step on everyone's toes, and I know, Officer question mark, is probably feels the same way I do about this. This is how I can explain this Galactic Federation of Light stuff. The Galactic Federation, the Federation, Earth Alliance, and the Alliance. Instead of going off on the, what some people call a psyop, in some ways, this is what I can say. Some of us are different. Some of us have angelic azurite souls. Some of us are celestial beings pretending we're human. And then there's other beings from different sectors of the galaxy and the universe, right, that are participating in a normal ascension of inhabitants on a planet in the boonies of the left-hand side of the Milky Way galaxy. Milky Way galaxy is high school. High school, it's also a huge genetic depository for all the genes and genetics of many species throughout the galaxy. Milky Way. For me, Andromeda has always been college. College, Andromeda, Milky Way, high school, let's just say. Well, during this whole thing, oh God, this is perfect. Hey, check this out. Let's get in. Let's get in here, tuck in real tight here. So this is what I got, and I have aspects, just so we're clear, this is my makeup. When I was doing activations across the planet, I had to know if you were a friend or foe this fast. Am I smashing you, or are we giving you a high five, right? So what I'm trying to say is this is my personal cheat sheet. This is not from any book on Earth. This is Rion's private journal that we had made up into a chart for you. So continuing on from earlier, highest night is your top right-hand side, service to self. Highest left, top left-hand side, service to others. That's part of the Earth Alliance, and that's part of the Lyran Empire. Okay, I know it's reversed on here on the cameras and whatnot, but let's talk about some really cool stuff. Okay, 24D and up, reality source programmer level, dimensional template for Earth. Okay, I want to talk about the cool guys first, and we'll pause on all this service to self shit. So, highest light, Earth Alliance, Lyran Empire. Okay, Alpha Centauri, 15D. These are examples of the species which make up these dimensions. There are many different species that make up these dimensions. If you have a favorite that you don't see, calm down. There's not a lot of room on a piece of paper, okay? It's probably there. It's a very large galaxy. Okay, Lyran, Arcturian, 13D, Higher Angelics, 11D, Olympian, Hathor, Angelic, Nordic, Andromedan, 9D.
angelic, Palladian, Andromedan, 7th dimension, D is dimension, guys, and lowest light form Palladian land, 5D, okay? This is what most humans need to get to. 5D equals graduation for most. So for all you guys out there on planet Earth, 80% of you guys, this is the goal, 5D. Now, for some of us who are literally starseeds, intergalactic officers, multidimensional beings that herald from different galaxies that came to assist this planet, we came from far higher dimensions to incarnate all the way down into this little popsicle suit that is making mouth sounds talking to you. Cool? What's up, dude? Yeah, I'm looking at you. What's up? Okay, anyways, so lowest light form Palladian land. So when I say, you know, your energy body, like my 3D suit, energy body. What am I really talking about? Do your 5D body, bro, your energy body. All that supernatural stuff you see in the movies, everything you can do, that's your energy body being able to do that stuff, okay? Now, what is the fastest way through ascension? Raise your hand if you know the answer. What is Buddhist path?
Non-attachment.
Okay, I love that. Anything else? Non-attachment and, okay, up the middle, bruh. That's the fastest way up the ladder. Okay, straight up the middle. Why is that the most difficult path? Because it's the brightest light, right? And the darkest night. You see everything. But if you can process and program and integrate at that speed, that's the fastest way up. That's the ladder. Right? Jacob's ladder, there it is. 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D, right up the middle of polarity. That means you see all. Now, most humans, please don't do that. Oh my God, just stick to the light side, the Palladian back rubs, the Arcturian song, you know, the Syrian, you know, dance off. Don't do this. Because if you do the middle, you like this. If you do the middle, now you gotta deal with this shit. Ready? Here we go. Here's the night side. Highest night, you got the Federation, you got the Orion Empire. Okay? And I'm not talking about Black League. I'm talking about the real Orion Empire that are like, they're just, you know, anything fucking from Ganymede. No, stop me. I know, I'm about to say some things. I know, no, yeah, I'm about, listen. Okay, let me pause. We have an officer literally in the audience. Okay, stop. Orion Empire. Okay, 16D galactic sector, 14D solar. This is on your night side. Okay, your night side service to self polarity. Okay, you got the white royal oversoul. Okay, what are the 12? Okay, and we'll talk about what this really means too. The God Squad, the 144. Put your hands together if you guys heard about the God Squad. The 144, the true 144. Okay, they're real. Okay, let's explain it. Now, for everyone out there on Earth with different vocabulary terms, we talking 144 hertz? We talking 144,000? We talking 144 million? We talking about 144 activated DNA chains? Whatever it is, right? What I'm trying to say is, whatever this vocabulary term is for you, you know if you are one. Does that make sense? You know if you're part of the 144, okay? Now, balancing yourself on the night side. Okay, every single human being I've ever met has an Anunnaki collar around their throat. 8D Anunnaki collar. What is this? I'll explain to you better than any of these weird little groups sitting in the dark. You know what I mean? Playing dice in old castles. You know what I'm talking about, Beard. You hear me? You know what I mean? Is like still alive since 1562 and no one cares. These assholes, okay? God. Oh, right on schedule. I couldn't have fucking timed that better. All right, here we go. So, the deal with the collar is I got my collar off in Egypt. And what is this? Okay. You guys ever play the game Telephone? Where one person says something here and then they whisper it and they go around the room? All it is there's a collar on you by certain species that made that suit you're wearing that have controls over your programming and what you can hear. Because, think about this, your intuition. If you're about to do something really stupid, and you had like 5 angelics on all your light side saying, don't do it, and it's loud, you're like, I don't want to do it. Or, wear protection, you're like, oh shit, anyone have a condom? Anyone have a condom? Okay, making jokes. What I'm trying to say is, when they control your throat chakra, your collar, those are your true ears. Okay? Listen, I didn't make up this game, but apparently certain species put in more of their DNA than others and have certain rights over these avatars we're wearing. Do you understand? Okay, good. That's all I wanted to say. Okay, we're gonna wait till it switches back. But Federation and service to self. Now listen, not all Anunnaki are jackasses. 68% of them are. And let's be completely honest, they're spoiled brats. If you really must know what an Anunnaki is, there are so many spoiled brats that treat human beings like their personal chihuahuas. That's how they view you. I'm trying to fast forward you 35, 40 years of reading every text on this planet. I have one. I've interacted with them for 17 years. I know how they see us. I know how they perceive reality. They're super rad when you're doing what is in their codex of what they want you to do or what they're trying to accomplish in their own ranking, because they're moving up in dimension too. They're paying off their karma too. They're trying to go from 8D to 10D. They're trying to make their way up. As soon as you break protocol, and like I said, anyone here who knows how the night side works, you are only an asset, or you're only valuable when you are an asset to the cause, to the polarity, or to the claim. As soon as you step out of that, now you're no longer an asset. There go all your toys, all your power, all your controls, gone. You're no longer playing for our team, okay? Make it real simple. Now, can they be cool? Yes. Do they have a dark sense of humor? Most of the time. My Anunnaki, he's super cool. He was a part of those that, whatever went down with Nibiru, I still got beef with a senator on Nibiru. I still got beef with some of us that are Anunnaki that are on this planet that were left here. There's also aspects of the Anunnaki that went against the Empire and were shipped here, just like the English shipped all those prisoners to Australia. You know, where do you think their population came from? Okay, same thing with the Anunnaki. So I've always been rebellious. I've always gave the middle finger to any organization or group that tried to control me. I'm an uncontrollable thing. When we incarnated on this planet, both my brothers being here, they damn well knew that you can't control these guys. What you can do is put them in a direction and hope that they follow protocol. But you can't force us to do anything. We're very rebellious. Okay. Did I say that right? Okay, good. Affirmative. Yeah, affirmative. Okay. So, Federation, service to self. All that means is I'm going to take care of myself before I take care of anyone else. That's all it is. I want to make sure all my ducks are in a row before I take care of you. I want to make sure, what does that mean on Earth? I'm going to be a billionaire with all kinds of these companies, then I'm going to create a nonprofit that I own, and then I'm going to send a percentage so I don't have to pay taxes. That's my Red Cross to the rest of you, lowly humans. That's literally how they view it. I just want to be real, and I'm just keeping this crystal clear for everybody, okay? Now, there's a lot of beefs within the families, okay? We're going to get into the 10D Dracos at some point, but I want you to tell you, similar to the India caste system, which they still practice to this day, if you're born a janitor, you're going to be a janitor. You're born into a family of doctors. There is a caste system on the night side. If you're a 10th dimensional being, an 8th dimensional being, a 6th dimensional being, a 4th dimensional being. Because moving up on the night side, you have to take into the night side polarity to go up. Have you guys heard that? Like the more dirt you do, the more you excel in hell or whatever. Well, don't think about it as hell, but like more like a polarity of control. Okay? All right, just give me a heads up when this thing shifts. Look, there's a lot of weird things on this planet, and the thing about it is let's talk about dealing with your higher selves. First of all, figure out what they want. Do you know how easy it would be for you guys to just go, yo, 8D. What do you want? And how do we trade? No bullshit. No slow awakening. What do you need from me in this incarnation so I can access and graduate? Tell me. I need you to go to Egypt for 3 weeks. I need you to hit this temple, this temple, this temple. Pop your collar off. Spend 4 weeks there. Come home. Done. Oops. You know what I'm saying? Just don't bullshit me. Tell me what you need. Tell me what pieces you need me to pick up. If we could have adult conversations with our higher selves, this game would be easy as shit. The fact that we're wiped and we have no comms and we're talking about different dimensional planes, it takes 80 years. You could knock your whole thing out in 15, 20 years and you're done. Like from zero to go. Why it takes so long. Visiting ancient places, and I found it very interesting. Egypt used to be called Babylon, Egypt. They dropped off the Babylon. They just call it Egypt now. It was Babylon. We all remember that shit. Egypt. Not just called Egypt. There's a lot of things why I had to go over to Egypt and visit all these temples. I had to go to, and I didn't know what I was doing. 2012, I just goes, go to this temple, do this, go to this temple, do this, go to Imhotep statue. When have your sister distract the security guard who sits there 24 hours a day making sure no humans touch it. My sister, I'm like, dude, get that fucking guy off the goddamn. She goes, on it. My sister Lou is a gangster. She goes over there and starts flirting with the guy and goes, oh my God, what's that? And I go over there and I'm like, dum di sha tom fum di ga. So here's how you do it. You gotta, the rules of Egypt are you have to honor the certain doorkeepers to access what's hidden there. Okay? You have to go to Imhotep's statue to get the door key, to then go to the Valley of the Kings, to go to Akhenaten's tomb, to then go, please pull my collar off. There is a format in a program to unlock a human being. They don't just let everyone do it. For example, you guys know the game Zelda? How long before you can go get that magical sword in the deep in the forest? You don't just start the game with the magical sword that you've been fighting little turds the whole time, then all of a sudden you're like, zing, 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 zing. They don't give you the zing, zing right out the gate. You got to go hunt for it, okay? Just an example. Orion Group, you know, I mean, look at that. Would you want to wake up to that in the morning? I got to be honest with you. I don't even know how they're replicating. You know, they must be in a clone factory, you know what I mean? Because I don't know who's having sex with those things, okay? So I don't know how far out of the nutsack you got to get before Creator's like, yeah, I didn't make that. Real talk. It's very obvious. Gray hybrids, all right, let's be nicer. They mix, whatever the story is. I mean, come on. She going to school with you? You think that's going to work out? Okay, I'm making jokes. What I'm trying to say is that there is some sort of weird thing going on. I'm not trying to take shots at different species. Listen, if you are man or woman enough and strong enough to incarnate on this planet, you will get a human suit. What you're not allowed to do, which these guys have been doing, is shortcut and cheat. I'm going to take all of my consciousness and all my past lives, and I'm going to keep it in an ET suit, then I'm going to blend it with the human, and then I'm going to... No, you're cheating. I'll make it real simple with you. You're fucking cheating. That's all it is. You're cheating. That's not what our Father created this game to be. You're supposed to evolve, go through all of your emotions, and ascend. Not take 80% of the neural load from an ET species that's off-world, insert it into a human being, and then pretend you're human. Does that make sense? Your soul doesn't grow. Why do you think all these guys, you guys heard what happened? Earth Alliance of, okay, obviously I'm getting a little heated. Listen.
Calm down.
There's some of us that did this shit old school. Raise your hand if you done it the old school spiritual way. Okay. Do you think it's fair if I walk up and some guy just goes, oh yeah, me too, and just shoots himself in the neck after you put in 20 years of hard work to activate this suit? Do you think that's a fair exchange? I'm being honest. I'm asking you guys, if I was a Starfleet officer sitting here talking to you, do you think that's a fair exchange? Humans of Earth. Do you think that's fair? Yes or no? Okay, good. I just want you guys to open your mind to what this conversation really is, because we're talking about different levels of intelligence. We're talking about different levels of frequency of interaction. What level of reality are we actually wishing to exist in? I would like to be on vacation with you guys. Put your hands up if you'd like to be on vacation for the rest of your life. Put your hands up. Sea-doos, boats, beaches, and mangoes and avocado. Put your hands up. Okay? So it's pretty simple for everyone sitting in the audience what we actually want. Happiness, right? Well, what are the agendas of some of these other species here? What is it in us that makes us rad? What is it in us that makes us divine that everyone tries to copy? What is it in us as humans that is ancient and old? And why do they all come here for it? What are they searching for? These are really deep questions. I'm just trying to tell you, I'm onto it. I'm like a bloodhound. I'm going, oh, you don't want to put in the work. Oh. So that while the rest of us had to process the last 30,000 years on this planet in some sort of donut game, you just want to show up here in a starship with a food replicator, drinking a macchiato, and try to jump timelines with us? Is that what we're talking about? Effort. Energy, focus. There's reasons why some of you guys, when you exit this planet, you will always have the 3D Earth incarnation in your soul ingrained of what to do and what not to do, correct? How you want to live, the people you want around you and who you want to interact with. You think it's kind of funny, like, oh, my interactions down here. It'd be different if every single human didn't have a suit on. You just saw 15 different races walking around at the grocery store, right? No, we're all here in the same suits with different energy signatures, learning how to transmute this place. So I just want to be kind of crystal clear. That's why we're here. Some of you guys are going to go home, and maybe you're the head of your whole council. How was Earth, sir? Oh, well, let's talk about it. You know, what did you see? I'm like, what didn't I see? I mean, you got to give me a reference. You know, I've seen all kinds of weird shit. I'm not even sure how this shit is allowed to exist in this galaxy. I mean, that's coming out of my mouth at some point. So we're not really sure what that is, but let's calm down with whatever that is. Okay. What I'm getting is, with you guys, there's a rhyme and a reason why real things take time. I'm talking to myself. I have zero patience. Let me explain a little bit about me. My third eye came on 17 years ago. I got zero time for bullshit. My 8D was in my suit for the first 8 years of my awakening. Sergeant, General, we call him Commander Kickass, right? He didn't give a shit. He'd barbecue humans. I lock eyes with guys on my teammates. I go, we're doing this right now. And I just go, bang. And they go, yes, we are. We're doing it right now. Like he was flowing through me, and that's how I got through all of these dangerous situations. I had zero hesitation, zero doubt, because it wasn't my little baby 3D consciousness in the suit. It was my elder in the suit who's done this 100,000 times. You guys in your lives have had near-death life experiences. Raise your hand if you had a near-death life experience. I almost died. You need it. We need to go skydiving or something with you. Okay, it wasn't near death. Okay, I'm looking at you just like I live in a blanket. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm in Sedona, bro. So, anyways, when you go through a lot of experiences, you'll notice something else will jump in that suit. Raise your hands if there's many times when you were 19, 20, 21. Okay, preferably 21. When you were hammered and you drove home and you don't know how you got there, raise your hands. Oh, in the beard. Listen, I'm not a cop. I'm not going to give you a ticket. Listen, for everyone out there, there's some drunk. No, I'm just kidding. So what I'm trying to say is I just noticed missing time and how many times I got home safely. I can be honest with you. Someone got me home. It wasn't me. Someone got me home safely. It wasn't me. Your higher selves are allowed to jump in the suit only when it's a life or death situation, just to be clear. And I tested this. Only when it's a life or death situation is your higher self allowed to jump in the suit and take over controls. Okay. How I learned this. We going Earth Alliance? Okay, yay. We're gonna get into all this, yay. We love everybody, but I'll teach you some secrets. There is a jump over here in Sedona. I call it my jump, whatever. When I was training to do these activations, I did this thing where I'd run, jump. It started with 6 feet, then 10 feet, and I don't know if I got to eventually 15 feet off cliff, land on the other side. So what happened was I was up there and it was a fear test. So I sat there, and I'm scared to shit because it's death if I don't make it. And all of a sudden, my guides, my Syrian mainly, he's like, come on, you little bitch. When you're scared, you can't jump. Look, I'll show you. And I see him just go, jump and land. And he's like, fucking come on, this is so boring. It's different when you get inspired. Imagine your higher self looks like a fucking superhero. He goes, I can't believe I got to work with this guy. Oh, here you go, buddy. Just fucking go. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, fuck, okay. I'm like, fuck, let's go. Put myself up. I do the jump. And right before I took off, my higher self came into my body and it was like, bing. And I just launched, dude. And I was like, wham, and I landed. Then he gets out of the suit, and my suit's going, oh my God, I almost died, man. This is gnarly. I'm like, oh God, the fear comes through your suit because it's not me doing it. And he's like, again. I don't want to do it again. Again. I did it 6, 7 times until I was sitting there afterwards shaking, and I go, now what did you learn? I'm like, you were jumping in my suit. He goes, very good. What else did you learn? So when I'm about to die or I'm in a near-death life experience, he goes, I will be there. Nothing will touch you. And I was like, oh shit. And I learned that for every single human being of the 8 billion people on earth, you now know. As a matter of fact, and all these books and chronicles of people teaching you shit, you have to push yourself to learn real things. That's what I learned. So many of you guys have been in, I said, near-death life experiences. I had to sit there and train that and then figure out why. And then train that and then figure out why. Because we are unwinding a lot of wiping that's been done to our DNA, a lot of distortions, a lot of beings that want to keep you under control, that don't want you to turn into a superhero. They want to keep you as a huge energy battery that they can just feed off of for decades. We all got grandparents like this. Raise your hand if grandma had a demon on her that was just life-sucking every time you went over there. No? Come on, be honest. I know they passed away, but let's be honest. Okay, grandma. I don't want to do it. You know, you ever have a grandma like that drives your mom crazy, but she loves you? I did. What I'm trying to say is that you start to notice, well, how many of these people have these attachments? Whoa, so this is why every time I'm in a room with this person, I'm always on guard, even though it's a nice old woman. It's a perfect cover story, bro. Ask the CIA. It's always the old woman in the airport filming you. It's never the male agent, it's always got him. Always. So there's a lot of things that are very obvious and a lot of things that you just pay attention to. Galactic Earth, okay, Earth Alliance. I rock these guys, Earth Alliance. Galactic Federation of Worlds, okay? Earth Alliance, calm down, Danon. Earth Alliance, okay? Calm down, the only one that talks to Ea, you know what I mean? Let's calm down there. But Earth Alliance is, I would say, the Earth Alliance of this is what I call Earth Alliance for me. Are you here to help the human beings on Earth and raise this planet's frequency and free them from bondage and slavery? Raise your hands. Welcome to Earth Alliance. That's simple. I don't care what species you are. I don't care where you come from. Are you here to help? That's, for me, Earth Alliance. Now, the Galactic Alliance, let's say an older tier that monitors this thing. My version of Galactic Alliance, they're the elder species. They're not the Galactic Federation of Worlds. Like, for example, on Galactic Alliance, there's no grays. Synthetics are not allowed on board. I don't think robots are allowed on board. Anything artificial is not allowed on board. Talking about ancient species, ancient builder species, Galactic Alliance, in my persona. That would just be a vocabulary term. There are beings that sit and watch through time. They are not part of this time matrix. They reach into our video game and they make adjustments. Same thing with anyone who messes with time, right? I mean, there's been a lot of different conversations, but I remember a conversation I had where someone that was in a breakaway society, per se, had a captain on their ship pulled out of the ship because they kept doing time dilation and changing the past, and something came through and grabbed them. I think they did 1,000 years and then on a different timeline and then put them back in the suit. Don't do that again. Can you imagine a being reaching through these walls, grabbing your soul out of your suit? You go, oh, we got to Mr. Roboto, takes you somewhere else for 1,000 years and then puts you back in the suit. Don't do that again. So that's one of the things I'm trying to say, that the levels of power, people can't comprehend what's really going on out here. There are beings that are really excited and hopeful for Earth to level up, right? We've been waiting a long time. I can tell you right now, these people sitting in the room, your higher selves never would have told you to incarnate unless this was the golden timeline. This was the time to be here. This was the time to earn, they say earn your salt or whatever. Right now. Right now is that time. Okay? There are things, back to this. Here we go. Right on time. So, if you guys, raise your hand if you guys are dragons. Any dragons in the house? I'm going to give you a shortcut. Sure. Okay. Little dragon in the house? Okay. Dragons don't listen to humans. I had a 10D dragon. Jackass. You think my Anunnaki's a jackass? This guy was super jackass, okay? He didn't listen to shit, I said. Not a damn thing. So, how do you do that? How do you deal with a jackass that's more powerful than all your night side that doesn't listen to you? Give you a hint. I went to Sun Island in Bolivia. At Sun Island, there is an old city that's similar to Sedona. It's the only other place that has the same frequency as Sedona. So Sun Island, Bolivia, up in the mountains, in the Andes. I picked up a 12D dimensional white royal dragon dude. I call him Obi-Wan. Now check it out. I grabbed a being that outranked my 10D, and guess what? My 10D listens to him. He listens to Obi-Wan Kenobi. He won't listen to me for shit, but he'll listen to this guy. So what did I do? I couldn't facilitate or find an answer within a human being trying to express to an upper dimensional being, hey man, I think we should do this, right? No. If you guys are traveling the earth, you need to realize something. I have fired 3 higher selves. Fired, no longer on my stream. One of which was on my light side. I'm doing the craziest battle shit across the planet. This guy's popping berries in his mouth. I can see my higher selves when we're in battle. I'm on a ridge line. I can see my higher self smashing on things. I had this one guy, I'm sitting there on the thing. I'm looking at him like, what are you doing? Aren't you getting involved? He goes, hey, this is quite entertaining. There's a whole situation going on here. Like he's watching a damn TV show. And I go, whoa, bro, you can't be doing that shit. Like, I'm all in on this, right? So I fired his ass, and then I wanted to fire this guy. God, you guys, once you guys meet your 4Ds, you're going to want to fire him right out the gate. I didn't get a chance to, even though I really wanted to, and Tone knows this. I fucking can't stand this guy. This guy is now in 6D, so about 3.5 years ago, this little shit finally went to 6D. He went from Darth Vader, I don't know, what do you call him? He went from like whatever on this planet is considered like the tippity top, like I'm the baddest. Assassin. I'm the baddest vampire assassin there is. This jackass, right? He finally got to 6D, which now he's in like a cape and shoulder pads. I mean, you know what I mean? He's like, I'm part of the squad. But getting this little shit, when you realize in your life, every single time you did drugs, someone's feeding off you. Every single time you got in a fight with your girlfriend, every time you got in a fight with your mom, every time you start tracking every single negative emotion you've ever had and what it was feeding, it's a personal thing when you go, wait, every single time he goes, yeah, that's kind of how I got the energy I needed to do for me to upgrade myself. I'm like, did you ever care what was happening to me in this carcass? No, at any given point in time, we weren't told to really interact in that way. I'm trying to give you guys a heads up. I've already graduated this shit. I'm trying to get you up and out. Once you master what this is, your 4D, nothing can stop you because you can recognize the pattern. Every single time that weird thought pops in your head, jackass, oh, let me guess, you want me to get upset? Just block. Block the person with the beard. Hey, just block her. Block the ex-girlfriend that won't leave you alone. Okay, we all know she's bugging you. No, I'm just kidding. So right here, block. Now, Syrians are cool. Syrians, okay, let's talk about the 50-50 split. Okay, now listen, I'm saying night side stuff on the night. Now listen, a lot of beings, this is 50-50, right? Light side, night. This is 100% dark. This is 100% light. You guys know the Jedi? Raise your hand if you ever heard of the Jedi. Okay. They sit 64, they're right here. Leaning towards the night side. Not night side, they're in the middle, but they lean towards the night. Do you know why? You have to be kind of badass to be a security officer in the galaxy, show up on a ship, cut a hole in it, and grab the captain out by the back of his collar, right? That's not a kumbaya, let me bake you a cake in the summertime, right? So just to be crystal clear, Jedi sit here. They're almost dead center, but they sit a little bit to service itself, okay? What else is another one? A lot of these have been removed, and my commander in the audience can verify with that. A lot of these Draco have been removed from this planet. Absolutely. And a lot of underground military bases have been shut down. It's still an ongoing process, by the way, okay? Anunnaki land, yes, if they come back, whatever the story is, those of you who actually hold that energy signature, you should be practicing your languages. Stop doing the human shit. They're going to show up and look at you and go, Yondoi kisoto. You're going to be like, my mommy taught me how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And they'll look at you again, Yonto simbata. And you're going to go, I don't know, I got a 401k and I drive a Camry. I'm just trying to say, stop bullshitting yourself. If we really get interaction, stop pretending to be just this. your journals, your inner dialogue, working on your frequency, your vibration, your happiness, your bliss. Don't turn off the rest of the universe because it's inconvenient for you. Does that make sense? It's not going to help you. When you're on the freeway driving and it's raining and you're on the 405 freeway in LA, guess what? The other drivers on that freeway, they don't give a shit what mood you're in. We're all going 80 miles an hour, and if you get in that left lane and you ain't going 80, I'm on your ass. That's what it's like in the universe. Okay? You can't put everyone in the slow lane going 40 miles an hour behind a dump truck. Eventually, someone's going to go, I'm faster than this. And you're going to pull out and move past the dump truck, slowing you down. What I'm trying to say is that let go of whatever that is in you that thinks that you're not good enough, that you can't be more, that you're not a star being pretending it, or whatever that is in you, mind you, let that shit go. Poof. How about I'm one of Creator's kids? I love everybody. I'm here to kick some ass and have a great time. Put your hands up if that's what you're here to do. Hey, you want to have a good time and party? We got to remove some of this stuff on the planet. But you can't run from it. You at least got to recognize it. When you walk into a house party and you see the real drunk one in the corner, you know, hey, don't start a conversation with that one, right? Or the guy in the corner on meth, and just like, hey, like kind of like going like this, looking at people's pockets. Yeah, probably stay away from that guy, right? Same thing energetically. What I'm trying to tell you, these energies exist on this planet if you like it or not. And it just depends how old you are and how much life experience you've gone through. I'm trying to fast forward you guys. I've seen a lot of stuff on this planet. Oh God, these guys. All right, so yeah, listen. This is what you get when you leave them underground for too long. You see what I mean? This is what happens when you run from a solar flash. You know what I mean? These are the guys we missed last time. You know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck to tell you. We missed some. We got 95%. We didn't get them all. Okay. So, I don't know. They're cute. I don't even know what that is. What I'm trying to, okay, there are some weird ducks. Okay, how do you make a weird duck? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about real shit. You guys want to talk about some real shit? How do you make a weird duck that doesn't fit in, is resentful, and causes a lot of problems? There's two types of energy exists. Those who do energy and do good things. You have friends like this or kids like this maybe. Hey mom, I vacuumed and I did the dishes. I know you had a hard day at work. Hey, good job, Billy. I bought you a little Nintendo game. If we were back in Toys R Us days, right? Then that's positive attention. Then we got those with negative attention. Mom doesn't love me. I didn't take the trash out. And she waits for mom or dad to explode. They both absorb energy. One is positive, one is negative. Now, you guys see the movie Twins? You got Schwarzenegger and you got Danny DeVito. Same mom. Obviously came out differently. Okay? You got beings that are full-blown angelic Nordic type Lyran beings. Okay? Same genes, same all the energy. And then you got beings that are very similar but came out different, look different. The main thing that a lot of beings fight on is what they look like, their symmetry, and their differences. Just like on this planet. You don't look like me, you don't talk like me, I don't trust you. Okay, all that shit has got to stop. Okay? Some of the most advanced beings in the universe are little dudes. Little dudes that don't look human at all. They're little dudes and they're hyper intelligent and they're dope as shit. One of the guys who turned my third eye on to the level it was, little blue dude. And my big Anunnaki walked him in my room, 2009, Manhattan Beach, California. 8-foot dude, walked this little guy next to me. They said, lay down. I was on the couch laying down. He said, don't move. Little blue dude walked behind me and just went boop, 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 boop. Third eye really turned on. So what I'm trying to say with you guys is try to be nice to all species. But I also want you guys to realize when you see a little weird pissed off ET, think about it like a little weird pissed off teenager and you took their cell phone. Stop looking at what they look like in the skin. You guys got to start reading energy. Stop. I don't care if you got scales and this and that. If you got symmetry, I love it. I'm like, hey, baby. I don't care if you got scales, just keep the tail out of here. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on over here? And then what I agree upon is symmetry. I'm like, dude, your fucking symmetry's fucking spot on. God is symmetry. God is perfect symmetry. So pay attention. When you see distortions in symmetry, oh, we got some weird little things that were having sex in a cave, huh? We got some hills have eyes shit going on over here, right? Pay attention to the symmetry. That is true source energy. I'm trying to teach you guys how to not be a racist or a speciest to other ETs. Pay attention to the symmetry. Okay? That'll be a closer energy signature to, oh, you are divine. You just kind of look, we look different. Does that make sense? You guys seen The Last Starfighter? You guys ever seen the movie in the 80s, Last Starfighter? Don't act like you're younger than me. What are you talking about? You're fucking, she's over here like, I'm 29. I'm like, come on, you're not, let's calm down. You're not a 90s kid, okay? Everybody calm down. What I'm trying to say is Last Starfighter is fantastic. But in the end of the movie, it's him and his co-pilot, and they're going against the Dark Empire. And it's like them two winning for the show, right? What I'm getting to is there's some sort of camaraderie between my soul, which has worn many different avatars, and your souls that have worn many different avatars. And self-love is loving yourself and loving your frequency, your energy. That's what you fall in love with. When your grandma gave you a hug or your grandpa gave you a hug at Thanksgiving or bought you donuts, my grandpa was the best, Scotty. I would call home sick, and my grandpa would come get me from school, and mind you, I'm calling in sick, and he'd bring me donuts. And I can't tell you how far that went. You know what I mean? I can't tell you, no matter what level or dimension he's going to be at, when I leave this game, I'm grabbing Scotty. Why? Dude, when I was like 9, dude would scoop me up out of this prison called school and bring me donuts. Fucking love that guy. Okay? What I'm trying to say is real things, real connections, real love is real. And it goes right through time. You guys may have a reflection with a pet, mom, a dad, a best friend, someone you've lost. What I'm trying to tell you, they're never lost. That connection of love is so powerful. Let me tell you what happens. So if you really get, hey, look at this guy. Okay. So, dimensions 5 through 12, angelic realm. Let me tell you the power of love and how powerful it is. People should know this. When I woke up and I got, after 2012, and I paid my tab, I got home and I really wanted to go home. I was like, I did what I had to do. I paid my karma off in this life. I don't want to pretend to be human anymore. I don't want to be in this fucking SimCity game with a bunch of unconscious sleeping people. This is 2012, dude. It's 2026 right now. So you guys just waking up or figure, I was fully on back in 2012. So what happened for me was I started getting memories of home. Fucking 12, 15 foot blue, 4 fingers, royal palaces. I saw my bed. I saw a throne room. I saw my mom. I saw my sister. I saw them looking at me while I'm laying on this bed projecting into this video game. And I started feeling, I want to go home. I want to go home. And I want to wake up at home. And what happened was my highest light jumped in and said, shut him off. He's going to snap himself out of the video game. So, and they said, hey, son, hey, I get a lot of this all the time. Hey, we know, I get a lot of this, we know you're in this game. We're going to do our best. I have like these angels that are just like social workers. Listen, we know you're doing a fantastic job, but I'm trying to tell you, they jumped in and said, please don't do that. You are so powerful. If you call home, you will call home here. See, all time and space is happening simultaneously. What you don't realize, if you really remember your home world and you think about it like it's life or death, you will start manifesting it and pulling it through the walls of this game. Another thing they don't tell humans down here. So be careful with the home thing. Sometimes you call home so bad, they go, she really wants to go. All of a sudden you exit. We have, how many people have, put your hands up if you have people that have exited prematurely. I know of 10. Okay, so pay attention. So the power of your heart in calling home, it is a real power. It is not a joke. So, and you also have to then marry that with, I'm here to help all, we could have had past lives together. Me and you definitely know each other upstairs. Yes, you know what I mean? Yeah, fucking this guy, I feel like I've been on freighters for like thousands of years with this fucking guy. And this guy, I don't even know. You know, when he was a beautiful brunette back in the 15th century, you know what I mean? This guy was the cream of the crop. But I'm saying, what I'm trying to get to, John, you two back there, fucker. So what I'm trying to say is this. Some of us are here to go, hey, I got my soul pieces, right? Then you're like, your sister, your mother, your partner, right? I got mine. I'm coming back for you, honey. Look at me. Hey, I'm talking to you. Right here. Yeah? Okay. What I'm trying to say is you'll come back and go, I'm going to make sure my divine partner gets her soul pieces back. I'm going to make sure my daughter gets her pieces back. My son. I'm going to come back and make sure all of my family graduates. That is literally the true embodiment of what an angelic is, to actually have true freedom and choose to come back here. There is not another higher level of compassion that exists in the universe. For an ultra-terrestrial, celestial being to choose to be locked into a flesh container for 100 years and be wiped just to be sitting here walking amongst the population. I cannot even begin to express how much compassion and love you have to have for your brothers and sisters. Not a game, not a joke. So that is something that each and every one of you, you really are those divine sparks. And you really are the best of the best. And when you're having bad days, just know you're stronger than all of your ancestors put into a message in a bottle, honey, because you're the one that came in the golden timeline. You're the one that came to hold it down. You're the one that came, not your grandfather, not your grandmothers, not your great-greats, you. You're the patriarch of the entire bloodline. Welcome to the show, right? Just remember, for everyone out there, you're the strongest of the strong. Okay, I know, I love you, I'm emotional too. Listen, I want to go home. Listen, don't tell nobody, but send me an email. Okay, here we go. Angelic realms 5 through 12, they're fantastic. Real angels. Let's talk about this for a second. So let's talk about you guys know the difference between a 2-winger and a 7-winger, right? Or 6-winger. 2-winger is a normal angel. We call them 2-wingers. Do you guys want to know the difference? Okay, 2-wingers. I've got 2 wings. I can go up and down. I can do a barrel roll and roll all around. 2-wingers. Okay. 7D. 7D, 7th dimensional being 2 wings. 5D, you were not going to see angels flying around in 5D. Sorry. Unless they choose to compress and come down, you're not going to see 2-wingers in 5. 7D, 2-wingers. 9D, that's where you get the 6-winger, seraphims. Raise your hand if you guys have seraphim aspects. Okay, warrior angels. Do you know why you have 6 wings? You know why? Because in combat, just like a hummingbird, you can hover. And then you look at the 2-wingers like, hold on a second. Coming up to your level, you ever see like a cartoon, right? You can't hover. 6 wings, you can hover. So you can sit there like this all day. Dun, 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 dun. Real warriors of God, seraphim, 6 wings. Okay, you guys know about the thrones. You guys know what thrones are? The dudes with all the eyes? I feel like I'm just like, oh my God, welcome to Earth, I'm here. Welcome to Classroom 101. In high school, freshman year, we're going to learn all kinds of really cool arithmetic on this screen. Okay. Thrones are cool. Why? Multiple eyes. What do the eyes see? Multiple dimensions simultaneously. What do the eyes track? Time and perception. You guys might have throne DNA. That means God sees through you. You are an eye. Creator sees through that eye. You are a camera and a diode in the physical plane. Got it? Throne DNA. Cherubim's cool. I mean, everyone loves little Cupid. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? The population wouldn't exist unless people were making sweet, sweet love. Little Cupid, cute Cupid, What else we got? Angelics. Angelic realm. Okay, here's the thing about the angelics. They're kind of hardcore, dude. I know they try to really soften them down here, like, oh, angelic. Dude, gone through a lot of wars in the higher dimensions, dude. Very hardcore beings. Okay, do you know why when you guys watch the videos, why when people are getting abducted, when they yell out, Jesus, help me, or Yeshua, and the grays go, fuck, and they let go? It's because homeboy's an angelic. ETs fear celestial angelic beings because they come right through the dimensions. They're not part of the game. So that's why I say the power of Christ, the power of Christ compels you. Angelics, right? Jesus is your homie, commander of the angels. I like Yeshua. I know he probably prefers Jesus, but I call him Yeshua. I call him Yes. You know what I mean? You're like, hey, can I just go, hey, yes. Yes, sir. I'll get right on that. Can you go, we need you to clean up some of these demons over here, and we're going to need you to go to Easter Island and clear out those lava tubes where all those people ate each other when they ran out of wood. Can you take care of that? Yes, yes, sir. Right on that for you. Can you go, we're going to need you to go over to the Glacier National Park and pick up 6 giants that are roaming the area energetically, and they're chewing on people. Real story. Tone can back me up on that. We're going to need you to go over and remove the dark, whatever this Masonic, Chonic thing they got going over there at Mount Rushmore. And we're going to need you to drop some grids around there and kind of blow those weirdos out of there. You got that? Yes, sir. What I'm trying to say is, when you're really of service, you just go, if that's what you want me to do, let's get this done. And I want you guys to know in your own life, you guys have the power to change who you really are. You do. Another thing too, let's talk about what happens when you actually start to oscillate, vibrate, or you're more empathic than your surroundings. Put your hands up if you're the most awakened person when you go home for Thanksgiving. Okay. Is it fun going home and visiting all your cousins and shit that are just like, oh my God, I got a Gucci bag, or whatever, you know what I mean? They're just fucking, did you see who won in the Packers game? I'm like, you still watch sports? We're trying to take back, no disrespect for everyone out there, like, I don't give a shit who's in the World Cup. We're trying to take back power from the cabal and the enslavement of the last 2,000-3,000 years. And they're like, but come on, it's a Pepsi commercial. I can't do this shit, dude. Anyways, for the real fight that's going on out there that everyone's running from, questions, that's some of the things to pay attention to is kindness. 2 things I'm going to share with you that I wish I knew when I was at your guys' level. Some of you guys might be very advanced, but this is what I learned for everyone out there on earth. Number 1, don't push your field through people. Okay, what do I mean? I'm having a conversation with you, and as I'm having this conversation, I'm actually activating your dormant DNA, and I don't know it. So what happens is when the people are around you, they're elevated, they're like, oh my God, kumbaya. But as soon as you leave, they will eventually they'll go back to their normal resonance. Does that make sense? And if you push too hard or you have too much of an interaction, you know what I'm talking about, resentment. You become a fantasy for somebody because one point in their life when they were 26 years old, they had a moment where they felt like themselves truly, and then it was gone. And instead of trying to recreate that moment for themselves, okay, they have resentment for the rest of their lives. They're 85 years old with 5 cats, wondering what happened to Bobby. So for all you angelics out there on earth that have never had a mommy or a daddy teach you these things, pay attention to your energy and how you use them on activating other human beings. It's not a game, it's not a joke. So that goes for everyone on earth. Your energy is very sacred, okay? Try to treat it like that. No, don't try. Treat your energy like that. If you treat your energy in a very sacred, balanced way, believe me, the universe will show up for you. And a lot of people that aren't supposed to be around you will be to the wind. And I don't know if you guys put your hands up the last 2 years, every turd has almost been removed from your entire circle. There's a reason for that, okay? It's a frequency thing. We're going up, and people that aren't choosing to kind of do that, they want to do their own thing, and that's fine, but they're not going to move at the same speed you guys are, okay? Any questions?
Simple one.
Yes, sir.
Why don't ETs show themselves to most of the people?
Okay, so biological eyeball sees at 30 frames per second in a limited light spectrum. When a third eye is on, they're always around you, right, when your third eye turns on. So basically what you'd have to ask yourself is, why can't a human being see an ET that's oscillating or vibrating in a different frequency? Then you'd have to go back and say, well, how many vaccines, how many poisons, how many things have calcified that human being's eyes, third eye? And then you would then have to say, well, based upon the compliance of the population to put certain people in control, right, to allow that poisoning to take place. This revolution should have happened 88 years ago. We're just dealing with this shit now. Solar Warden's been around, what, 85 years? 75, 80 years? We've had anti-gravitic craft for 75, 80 years. We're still using, I still go to the gas station to fill up gasoline. Next question. Yeah, I know you're agreeing. Come on, give me something juicy for the whole world. Listen, there's a bunch of channelers in this room right now, correct? Put your hands up if you guys can channel here your higher selves. What does the planet need to ask me right now that we are transmitting from here to South Africa? What questions that are relevant right now in the collective consciousness? Because I'm going to bed right after this. You got the Oz right in front of you. It's not even me talking to you right now. What should they know?
Can you speak on the importance of detoxing?
Yep.
Metals and
Okay.
pesticides?
So I would do that foot detox, 100,000%. The ionic foot detox, yes. Replace the Himalayan salt that you put in with the plates, and replace that with, what is it? Magnesium. It's magnesium. I don't want to say sulfate. I don't want to say the wrong thing. But basically, it works just as salt in the charge, but it pulls even more out. Another thing, too, I recommend doing that bath that everyone's going crazy about. You know, the borax with the baking soda. Definitely do that, soak it. And what's coming out is all those black nanoparticulates. Another thing too, if you guys are itching a lot, okay, you're getting these little itch bumps all over your arms. It could be that nano stuff. Your body's trying to purge it, and it's sitting right on the other underside of that itchy part on your skin. Get those nanoparticulates out. Detoxing. Pay attention to what you're putting in your mouth. Pay attention to the vitamins. Make sure your nutrients are dense, and make sure you're taking, for me, I always have to have a smoothie with trace minerals, no matter how healthy I eat, just because some of the food that I'm eating, those trace minerals from the soil have been removed. Okay, if you don't believe me, look at topographically of the soil that we actually eat from. You go down 30 feet, it's like a completely different world from what's on top. So there's a lot of nutrients that have been stolen from us that we were supposed to have. Another thing too with memory from earlier this morning, monoatomic gold. Okay, so everyone has a monoatomic gold reservoir inside of your brain. Okay, the problem is that it only creates so much secretion, and what happens is when you use it very, very quickly, the memories fade. If you have more monoatomics in your body, you will remember more of your dream time. Cool? Next question. Come on, give me. The whole planet is your oyster. Tell me.
Quantum detox.
Yes.
What would you say to that?
I would do the binaural beats. The main thing with the quantum detox, frequency, vibration, pay attention to what's in your environment. Create a holy space in your home. Holy space in your meditation zone. I create my own pyramids. You can check some of those out at teamlightstore.com. But create holy space and keep it clean within the space, and sage it, detox it. And another thing too, guys, be very careful who you guys are sleeping with or inviting into your holy space. This is what happens to me when you're a high vibrational being. People will come over to your house and dump off 6 months of unprocessed garbage in the backyard because they're not capable of cleaning up their own shit. So what happens? I end up taking their trash out for them. Do you understand how that works? The highest vibration rules the roost. The highest vibration rules the planet, period. There is no opinion to it. The highest vibration rules. So if you're the highest vibration in that space, it now becomes your responsibility. You should have said no to them coming over and spending the night.
Talk about what that looks like. Cables.
Okay, so what happens to a normal human being? Oh God, you guys are just working me. Just working me, bro. Listen, I'm going on vacay after this RV. We got 5?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to do a cartwheel or something? Hey, listen, I'm just, I'm like, Sorcerer Supreme over here, helping you out. Okay, listen. Cables. Okay, chakras, right? So on a human being, right? You get all the chakras. Chakras, we have more than 7. But remember, when you have your root, your sacral, stomach, heart, throat, third eye, crown. Okay, ninjutsu, you have 8, but you have way more than that. But check this out. Remember something very important. Chakras fire both directions, forward and back. Okay, so when you're walking in an environment, okay, let's say, who's the weirdo in the room? Who's going to get the block? Okay, never mind. We'll go over here. This little flower basket over here. Here's my chakras firing both directions. So when I see the weirdo flower basket, what I do is, and I'm in a room of people, I take my right foot, pointer foot is my sending. Your right side is your sending side. Take my pointer foot and I'll put it right at that fucking thing. And I'll sit this way. I am constantly pushing chi and monitoring this target at all times when I'm in the room. And I have my right shoulder towards target. Oh my God, tell me about what you did last weekend. The whole time I'm going wang, wang, wang. What is that? Wang. The whole time you're pushing. Okay, homies, left side, friends, lovers. You hug them on the left, your receiving side. Receive the love. My left side is my receiving side. So your partner sits, so for example, you're at a party and you have to choose to sit on a couch. Your woman's on your left or your boyfriend's on your left. You put the weirdo on the right. Does that make sense? Same thing with the car, whatever it is, always, if it's a night side thing and you're pushing energy, on your right. Never put an opponent, or if you're in a situation, never put them on your left. Does that make sense? All right. Oh, here, can I have some volume on this? This is going on next weekend. John's going to be dancing. Are you going to wear the thong? John, you said you were going to wear the thong. John said he's going to show up wearing a cape and a thong. So this is next weekend at Rise of the Guardians. You guys are all invited. We'll talk about it. And Commander, do you have anything you'd like to share? Anything relevant right now you'd like to share? That, I mean, in the beginning when you first wake up, like what are some things that are like, hey, just pay attention to this, pay attention to that. Right. No, I'm with that. Yes. I couldn't.
Official admissions are coming of some sort
Real soon.
Real soon.
For you guys that couldn't hear that, my commander said that the news, the disclosure, the movement, and the energy is shifting, and it is coming very soon.
It'll be this much further.
This much further.
Well, it'll be this much at first.
And then the floodgates are going to go.
Official admissions are coming.
Official admissions of ETs, disclosure, and what's really been going on. Beautiful.
This much.
All right, you guys, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure for being here today with you guys. Thank you so much for you guys coming out and enjoying Stellar. All right. TeamLightStore.com. Check out all the stuff we got there. And I will be here DJing tonight at 8 p.m. Are you guys going to hang out and listen? Put your dancing gear on, and I'll see you guys tonight at 8. Thank you. And we'll be live streaming. Thank you. All right. Well, that was fun. Listen, I love you. Listen, I love you.
This time, I know we'll get it right. I'll get it right. Oh, baby. Each time we'll get it right. Each time we'll get it right. Each time we'll get it right. Each time we'll get it right.
Okay, we have not been playing in the shallows today, and this will continue. We're going deep, we're going high, because you're ready. So this presentation is all about you. Not about, as humans, through a lot of subjugation over many, many, many generations, we learned about hierarchy and power over, and we learned to put our power outside of ourselves, even if it was in a beautiful sense of some galactic being or master or God in a chair that looks different than us out there. And we're small, small human. Well, in whose interest was it to have us think we're a small, small human, a less than? So one of the most powerful lessons I've learned from angels, from channeling them for some years now, is how powerful we are as humans and how beautiful we are as humans. So that's really our theme today, is every human is galactic. We're going to get into some technicalities. But the main takeaway, I would say, is to notice how powerful you are, to start to turn inward. It's amazing. It's so amazing that we have so many guides, so many friends who look human, friends who we maybe hear or see or sense and know that are around us, and we know so much. So it's time to start turning that on. There are people working this at so many levels. You've heard about some of them today. There's people working at the level of systems. There's people working at the level of energy. Your role as an embodied human is to turn your power on, please. From the angelic perspective, they don't really care what you do with your power. Do you want to pick colors of crayons, or rule the world, or go backpacking, or be a preschool teacher, or be an enlightened master? As long as you're not intentionally harming others, they don't care. This world is a playground. It's about what's your passion, what's your creativity. So there's no less than in their perspective, just turn your power on and use it. Start using your authority to make choices, please. That's my public service announcement. Just make choices about your own life. Trust yourself to have that preference. Turn your power on. So I'll just say a little bit about myself, because I think you're going to get a mix today. I never quite know in advance, but I get a little of an inkling. And the image I have for today is those musicians that have like an accordion and a harmonica and the foot stomper. So we're going to be toggling back and forth, probably. This is me, Adria Estrabou, human. Really happy about being human, actually, more and more so. I'm also a channel of some gorgeous beings, and I expect that some of them will be speaking today. Because I'm a conscious channel, I will let you know who's coming in. They will sometimes introduce themselves, and in some cases, for beings who speak light language, I do sort of a simultaneous translation. Not quite simultaneous, but so I'll telepathically understand what they're saying and then tell you. So it may seem a little like different instruments are being played. We're all here for the same purpose, which is to empower you to be yourself, essentially. So beautiful. So they're asking me to speak a little bit about myself and my background. I started channeling publicly in 2018, and that is just such a beautiful, sorry, I'm distracted by water noises. So that's a good segue too. I'll say clairaudience is my thing. So I've heard some speakers today talk about a lot of visuals and energy. So if you're not getting a lot of visuals and energy, it may not be that there's something wrong with you or you're less than. And again, in the hierarchy, we like to think of less than and more than. It may be that your gift is more sensing energy, feeling, knowing, or hearing. So in my case, I've channeled essentially through hearing. So if there's noises in the room, I get real distracted. So the beings that I started to channel in 2018 publicly primarily are angels Ariel and Raphael. And just this past year, I started channeling Isida, and they'll tell you who they are. I haven't heard other people talking about them, but they may have other names, and there are so many beings in the galaxy, so I'm sure we haven't met them all yet. Okay, so I think we've vamped enough. We're going to, oh, sorry, the angels give me cues, so again, I'm listening to them. They're telling me to talk a little bit about this book because they're going to be talking about the content in the book. This is my latest book, just came out in September, I believe, Activate Your Galactic 12-Strand DNA. This is channeled transmissions from angels Ariel and Raphael. And I didn't know it was coming. I didn't have DNA on my radar screen at all. I mean, I've heard the word. I had been channeling already for some years, and the angels usually give me a topic, so I think I know what they're going to talk about, like your heart's expanding now, or some other topic. The topic they gave me when this transmission started was your interdimensional wish field. So I was like, okay, that's cool. We've been doing some interdimensional travel. I kind of thought, it was intriguing. I had no idea it was going to be about the fact that we are made up of 12 different species of galactic DNA, and angelic is one of them, by the way. So that was a wild ride of 6 months of transmissions. Then they essentially said, you have 2 months to put this out as a book, and you have to do, if any of you have ever worked on a book project, it takes a little longer than 2 months. So somehow, night and day, with a lot of support from partner and friends, I was able to get this book into the world. Still don't know what the rush was, but it's out there now. And it also has links to audio transmissions and activations. So if you get the ebook or the paperback, there's transmissions in there, links to free audio. And I think we're going to be doing some transmissions today. Excuse me, I never quite know. So I have not been someone who studied with the mind DNA. This just came through transmission. And my process is I start living it then. I start focusing on that in my daily life, particularly in meditations, and empowering myself to be that powerful. And because I feel like what I do is on behalf of you and everyone, and I hope you pick up this torch, so to speak, of what you do is on behalf of others, because once you've done it, you've given yourself permission to say yes to what you actually want, or you've started to listen to your own intuition and trust that as much as maybe the tarot card or the psychic reader, and hopefully more so over time, then that makes a pathway in the quantum field. So what the choices I feel that I make in my life, I'm not a very public person. I tend to be, when I'm not out here talking to you, just by myself, but I still feel like in my garden, in my yard, in my meditation space, when I give myself permission to receive, to go big, to be galactic, intergalactic, it's paving a quantum field for others. So I don't think it's so much about how much we are public, how many followers we have on social media. There's a role for all of that. When you empower yourself to be your great self, you are helping others. So start there. It's not, the last speaker was talking about the selfish path or the selfless path. It's not selfish to improve yourself, to start going into higher dimensions of your light, even when you're just on your own. There's a difference. The selfish part is more the power over, the hierarchy. So when we start feeling we have to play that game, and in order to be important and powerful, we have to be more powerful than someone else, that's just human history. That's generations that think my choice is either bottom or top, so I want to climb higher on the heap. That's this tremendous wave of the sea change for humankind that's going on right now, and why it's so important that we make our own choices that aren't about hierarchy, that aren't about being more powerful, more beautiful, more special than anyone else, because we're all divine from my perspective. So that's pitching books today. I don't always remember to do this. That's the first book, Angel Insights for Unprecedented Times, that came out maybe 2024. That's also channeled messages from angels Ariel and Raphael, and that's more the big story of what's happening on the planet right now. And you heard that earlier today more from the warrior perspective. The angels have a particular focus on our free will. So our sovereignty, our free will as individuals, really important to angels. So all galactics, I think, have their own agendas. For angels, they happen to like their agenda, which is we should be sovereign to make our own choices in our own life, and our own choices eventually, soon now, for our planet, to create that Eden that already is here, vibrationally already is here. Some of you, I could see, already feel that. I felt a huge shift this year at the solstice, and I felt Earth move into 5D, and I felt so grounded and supported, because I feel living in fifth and higher dimensions for a while, but to have the Earth there now, I feel like, whoa, there's nothing stopping us. Except so many people didn't notice because there wasn't a big event, but it's here. It's here. It's here. The playground is here. Okay, so I think that's enough of a preamble. We'll turn it over to the angels and the Isida are here. We'll see who speaks, and they'll let you know. Oh my goodness, I am a conscious channel, which means I don't go into trance. So sometimes they will kind of point to me, like, can you explain this a little more or give your experience? So again, we'll be back, the harmonica to the foot pedal. This is Angel Raphael. Good, so beautiful, glorious, glorious souls. Yes, we want you to know that humankind for the angelic is the height, because it is the synthesis of the new, and angels are always looking forward. Some dimensional species like to look back more, the historians. Your own mind plays that function, that role, historian. Angels like to look front, and in front is humankind, and humankind is rising into not more power, please, but more interdimensionality. more understanding the depth and breadth of this universe is embodied in the humankind. So when you think, oh, I'm just a human, Palladians know so much more, or angels are just these amazing light beings, we want you to understand that, yes, there are different types of beings, and within the human, there are these inactive, in most cases, galactic strains of DNA. So it's time to choose. It has to be your individual choice. It's time to choose to turn those on, please. All it takes is your will, your sovereign will, to say, yeah, I would like to evolve. I've known what it means to be Homo sapiens. I came into this life at this time, and I'm still here. I didn't choose to exit this plane of existence. Do I want to become my galactic embodied self, which is in fact, from angelic perspective, a new species of humankind? So you will still look in the mirror to others like 2 arms, 2 legs, and so on. However, the light that pours from you becomes quite obvious as you start to turn these interdimensional aspects of yourself on. So let's speak about the difference of being starseed, or having strong memories of another planetary system, and being a 12-dimensional human, because you get to be both. It's not a either or. There are some beings on this planet who are cloaked, who look like humans. They have various roles. We're not speaking about that right now. We're speaking about you who were born with human DNA at this time on this plane of existence and have chosen to evolve into a different, from angelic perspective, greater aspect of yourself, greater only because it is more interdimensional. And so you carry the aspects of Lyran, Syrian, and so on. Doesn't mean you were ever a Lyran or you were ever a Syrian as your soul embodied in one of your adventures. But suddenly you have access to the collective memory and the best of the best perceptive ability from these different races. So that's what we mean when we say you have galactic DNA. It is physiologically now, as you turn it on, you begin to be able to perceive how would a Lyran see this, how would a Syrian hear this. And then the skills come later, but start please with perception. I seem to have a different vantage point, and it may feel a little disorienting at first because you're used to your Homo sapiens vantage point, which also has some soul memories from other planets, perhaps, or not. We do put blinders on, humans, for a reason, to come in to focus on something. So you might not remember all of your lifetimes all at once. Doesn't mean you're less than as a soul. It means, oh, no, just, tune that off for a minute. I need to focus here. I came in to gift this service to the world, or I came in to face this challenge and grow as a soul, or all of the above. I came to learn something new. So in this tremendous shift to new human, new earth, so many things are opening. So the world becomes fractal. It becomes, in fact, new, and it becomes what you make of it. Because you are new. To have a fully engaged, active, 12-dimensional human is not something that has happened on Earth. Yes, for a little flash it happened and then shut down, right? So essentially, let's say it's never happened before. So there's no script, or you are the script writer. Understand that the destiny of turning on your galactic DNA doesn't mean you leave behind your human. It means you become human. You become the full human. And then what do you want to do with that? Because you also, through many, many, many generations of suffering and warfare of different kinds, have your freedom now, at last, as humans. So there's a little blend here as some old Earth leaving as new Earth fully comes online. But essentially, let's say you're free now. That is what we taught through that first book. So with freedom, what do you do next? What do you do next? It's not a destiny scripted by someone else or some other race. Finally, you're not being told what to do. So that's where you, as a being, get to empower yourself to listen. What might I want to try? What might I want to imagine? It's not about light versus dark in this aspect. It's about perhaps creativity or growth or exploration. So the battle part is essentially winding down. And from angelic perspective, it's been won. Yes, there are skirmishes, but the war has been won, which means you are now free. Humankind is free. So if you've been a warrior in many lifetimes, maybe you're still playing that role of the cleanup. It's quite important. We're not underestimating that. We're just saying this, with the sea change of humankind, by the time the next generation is grown, there's no more battle. So yes, there's still some here and there now. Yes, there's still elites that are being drained of their empowerment in various ways. Some of you are part of that. The most important thing we want to talk to today, though, is your power. Your power as a pulsing, energized soul, as a galactic light. This story is false about little humans on Earth that don't know anything, and all of the Pleiadians and the Lyrans, and they're so smart, and they know everything, and they know how to heal. And yes, that's true. And guess what? Within you, you have 12 different galactic races to play out as you start to embody them. Cellular regeneration, resting a little, because many of you have been in battle for lifetimes. So this is also an in-between time. And part of that is just catch your breath, please, before you go out flying, literally flying. All of that is accessible to you. But the most important message from the angelic perspective is to honor your free will and circumstance. So instead of then playing out, well, what I should do with my new empowerments is play the old game better, which means perhaps more money or more cars or more people under me. That's the old hierarchy, right? Why would you want to play that game at all? You don't have limits. You are an unlimited being. So a planet of unlimited beings do not need to compete for who is most unlimited. It doesn't make sense. So just catch yourself if you're trying to do better at the old game. If it's falling flat, it might be because you don't actually want to keep playing that game at all. And you're trying to wake yourself up to the fact that it's not about more people under you, more money, more cars. You can have all of that. Maybe not all the people under you anymore. That's not going to be so supported. But teamwork, collaboration, our vision of what humanity is most likely to grow into, given that you're activating this within yourself. It's about, I'll play this role for a little while, you can play this role for a little while. We love to talk about round table leadership. While I'm speaking, I'm empowering or holding some knowledge, sharing some light. While you're speaking, you have that. So it's not one person on the platform and all the people below. It's a round table. So humanity comes into this round table leadership. So you see more and more villages, councils, you might call it local governance. As people realize how powerful they are and how much they have to share with one another, and that each person doesn't have to play every role. And you could take on one role of leadership for a while and then pass the torch or share. So it's going to be, for most people, less of a sense of burden. I have to do this all myself. I perceive this, but no one else around me does. So as you come into more and more people having telepathy and turning on that inner knowing, then it's easier. It's a shared perception. But the shared perception isn't one viewpoint. And here's where it gets a bit tricky as it activates in yourself. We just want you to know they're not competing. You're not trying to figure out, is the angelic or the Lyran part of me dominant? It's within yourself also a round table. Well, okay, this is Adria. They're pointing to me to tell this story. This is how I live this out. It's so simple. It's so everyday. Sometimes it's sparkly and fun. I mean, I still think it's pretty awesome that I get to hear angels speak through me. But a lot of it's really every day. So I was out along the Oak Creek here, and it was a little slippier than I thought. I don't particularly like physical danger, fast cars, fast horses, just my personality, right? So when it's a little slippery, I'm like, I'm not that comfortable with that. So, but I'm maybe 7 feet in. It's not life-threatening at all. Very different than our last speaker. This is 4 inches of water, and I'm only 7 feet out in the creek. But I don't want to fall and bruise my hip. I don't want to feel like falling right then. I'm feeling, ah. So I said, okay, which of my 12 dimensions can help with this? And right away I felt, oh, dragon. So dragon is one of our 12 strands of DNA. And talk about them a bit more in a minute. So I was like, okay, dragon. And immediately I felt this heaviness in the feet. And it was so easy to walk back. So I just play with this in little ways. Yes, there's big magic to be held, and I feel we will change our world for the better. Literal slavery and a whole lot of things to clean up, environmental pollution, but it's also going to be really fun. And I play this out to give another everyday example. So giant is also one of the 12 strands of DNA, also known as Yeti. Other names for that. So that's part of our DNA that we can choose to awaken. And what I have learned from giants is they're really good at gardening. And I happen to love gardening. So the Jolly Green Giant, I guess there's some truth to that cartoon or something. They're also, the ones I've met are very jolly, and they don't talk a lot. So you might think they're stupid. They're not. They're not that talkative. But this giant was teaching me how to stamp on the ground with my feet to know where to plant something. It was almost like a drum, and I could feel it. You could feel the resonance. So I've been planting with giants, and so there's just unlimited ways of applying these 12 dimensions. Yes, I think we're going to be able to fly, and yes, we can travel interdimensionally, and all of that's sexy and fun. It really is very fun, but it's also the everydayness of empowering ourselves to, well, what would my dragon self do? If you get in either in a fun situation or a thorny situation, all right, which part of me can do something, perceive something, or do something a little differently? So this is how I play with this in everyday life. I think, let's see if the angels want to take this note. They're reminding me I was going to talk more about dragons. So some of the 12 galactic strains of DNA didn't surprise me, like Pleiadian and Lyran, because I've come to think of people talk about them, in conferences like this. They're galactic beings that we kind of admire, whether or not we know a lot about them. But some of them really surprised me, and Dragon was one of them. So this is different than Reptilian, which is actually one of the 12 strands also. Okay, we got to talk about that too. This is still Adria. But Dragon, I have noticed, of all of the 12, when I mention it to people lately, that it's like, oh, that makes sense. And for some reason, you're just seeing dragons everywhere. Like something in us knows it's comfortable or something fun. So trust that some of this to the mind just seems so outlandish. And at least when I put this book out, no one was talking about 12, not anyone I had heard, 12 strands of DNA. And I'm like, are you sure, Angel? It's like, do I really have to put my name on this book? It sounds so weird. So, and yet, dragons are kind of everywhere right now. It's so fun. So I think there's some of them that are more in collective consciousness right now, some of those aspects. So don't worry, they're probably not all going to turn on overnight for you. Some will feel more comfortable. So since I mentioned reptilian, yeah, that's a good heavy topic, so we should just touch on that lightly. What is reptilian good for? If you want to just let your mind say, okay, let's just assume this might be possibly the case, that some of my DNA is reptilian. What could that be helpful for? Well, if you get in a fight or flight situation, if someone is harming a small child in front of you, or my favorite, again, with the everyday example, I was on the phone with a credit card company. And I'm like, which of the 12 can help me with this? I really didn't want to make this call, you know, and Reptilian's like, me? I'm like, okay. And it was playing this game. I mean, it was still me, but it was just this aspect of me that knew how to play that game. Oh, the emotional manipulation and saying these certain words. And it's just kind of winking at me, and I'm laughing. I'm like, okay. Because I'm usually, you could tell my personality is not really that. And it went much better than if I had taken the lead on this call. So there's aspects of us, you know, maybe we don't want Reptilian to be running the show most of the time, but I would just ask you to consider it's helpful to sometimes have a tough skin and to sometimes have that empowerment to rescue someone in danger or run from a fire, whatever. So we don't have to lead with that, but I don't think we have to deny it in ourselves either. So let me take a drink of water, and I think the angels will jump back in. Yes, this is Raphael. We do want to, Angel Raphael, we do want to just emphasize a little bit about the reptilian. It's not something you need to scrub out of yourself, none of these 12, nor is your Homo sapiens human. So the evolution is natural, right? Gradually, those more third-dimensional aspects of yourself, and reptilian is very advanced in the third dimension. So you needed it for a while in third dimension, in some cases. It helped you to adapt to certain climatary circumstance as well. That's long in your history. So it has served you well and will continue to be there as a backbone. You don't have to eradicate it from yourself. So Pleiadian, as a counterexample, also used to be quite a warfaring people. They evolved out of that. So now many humans think of them as the peacekeepers or the diplomats or the ones with this serene kind of knowledge, not through all of their history. So the reptilian in you or the human in you can evolve. You're not stuck with an old historic viewpoint, although you do carry now the collective memories of these 12 beings, types of races. Let's speak a little about the difference between the DNA within yourself, and which is a collective memory, and your own personal history as a soul. So whether you remember it or not, sometimes you have a leaning towards, let's say, a Lyran viewpoint because you have been that soul. To touch briefly on time, angels don't believe in time as linear. We see it as a wheel. So all of your lifetimes, you're essentially in the now point, but you have connection with any of them. But let's call them past lives for a moment because it's easier for the mind. The mind is linear, the human mind. So we'll just call it past for a moment. Let's say you had a past life as a Lyran soul, so you have a memory, perhaps a fondness, certain musics really trigger a memory and a soul sweetness in you. That's different than if you never had a lifetime as a Lyran, and yet you still have that. You have the collective memory within you. So here's where some people get confused, where they think they have to identify with one home planet. Most of you have had many home planets, and there are times when you need to gravitate toward that energy, or you may have chosen that particular energy to bring into this incarnation for a reason, to help balance Earth or save something from something. It had a use, right? But that doesn't mean that's all of what you are. So in the galactic game, where there's a lot of wars over different planetary systems and hierarchy, the 12-dimensional human, the new human, is creator, the divine, the collaboration of many races, attempt to transcend war, to transcend this idea that one species, one planet is better than the next. So in yourself, how you can start with that in your own journey is not worrying too much, well, that person was a Lemurian, that sounds better than what I can remember. So what, right? Now you're 12 plus however many fractal lifetimes you've had and will continue to have. So it's falling into that wider sense of the all that is. Yes, you still have a definition, which is, oh, well, now I'm a 12-dimensional human. That's still defined. It's a sort of a limit. But you chose that limitation, which is much more unlimited than Homo sapiens, for a reason. Part of it is divine play and exploration. So many people have talked of Earth as a learning planet. Third dimensional Earth is a learning planet. Fifth dimensional or multi-dimensional Earth, so let's say fifth as the foundation for the new human, but you can bounce around within that. It's about exploration. So that can feel to you like passion, like adventure. It can feel to you like just listening to different types of music. You can be passive about it. But it's not so much about the challenge of learning through, I fell down, I got up, I fell down, I got up. Fifth dimension is much more, again, about collaboration, fractal and interspecies dynamics. So that starts with you, even if you can't yet perceive that there are other galactic, embodied galactic beings, like a full reptilian or a full Pleiadian walking around. You can start to recognize those aspects in yourself and how they're not in conflict. And this is how we transcend war from angelic perspective on this plane with this new species of human, because when you have 12 in yourself, at least, it's more difficult to stay laser focused on this is my one viewpoint and I'm right and you're wrong. When even within yourself you have at least 12 aspects. So this is creativity of the divine saying, maybe this will work to transcend war. If everyone is identifying with all of these different parts of themselves, you relax. You're not trying to defend one position of this is what I am. So those of you that came in with strong, strong planetary knowledge, you don't have to discount that about yourself. Yes, you are angel. Yes, you are Pleiadian. And you chose to be embodied in this 12-dimensional human vehicle. Why is that? You don't have to discount or put higher than a past or parallel life. So notice how strong the potential is within you for the 12 dimensions and the unlimited. Your mind doesn't really have to understand to play the game, to start to explore, experiment, try it out, see how it fits for you in this life right now. The mind, the human mind, is a historian. So it's not going to understand any of this because there's no historical precedent even in your parallel, quote-unquote, past lives. So the mind will have the hardest time with this transition. So that's where you can say, hey mind, I love you. You do so good at helping to keep me safe. The mind is just trying to keep you safe, and this sounds nuts. It sounds unsafe because it doesn't have a precedent and it can't look back at it. It hasn't happened yet. You are creating it. You are right now something very new. It will catch up. This is Adria. I'm passing it back to me again. So what I noticed, I definitely agree that the mind is so good at putting things in boxes and categorizing, and it can only do that if it's experienced it so far. So when you're in new territory, please rely on your heart, which can be as simple as the angels ask us a lot, what do you want? What do I want? And that's a dangerous question when you're a slave, right? Now we can ask ourselves, what do I want? Oh, I want to go to breakfast, great. And it's not these big world-ending, life-changing decisions, just learning to tune into the heart. But what happens is, at least after a few years of living out this new way of being, your mind catches up. So I had a slump recently where I just couldn't access, I don't know, that part of myself. I'm usually very heart-centered, but for a little while I just couldn't access that feeling of my unlimited. And my mind shocked me because my mind wouldn't let me believe that I was back in like hard work and limitation. It said, no, no, that's not how it works for you. You just say, what do I want? And then you get that thing. And I was like, oh, okay. So I had a good laugh that my mind now has caught up with a couple years at least of living this way of what do I want? And then just seeing it basically come to me in life. That if I'm in a slump, now my mind is playing on that team because now I can look back and say, oh, you have this whole history. There's like 20,000 examples of going to the store and the bath mat and that color is there or whatever. Or like I said, I play with this in daily life, right? So yes, I'm talking to angels. You've witnessed that today, whether or not you believe it. That's my experience of what's happening. And it's really fun to just see this play out for me in everyday life, because again, I feel like it's so important for us to embody being human with all of this. It's not about, I do hope to go into a spaceship, and we did today in our light bodies, which is very fun. Thank you for that. It's not about going off planet or off world or these huge peak experiences. The more we embody it here as a human, in whatever ways are important to you, the more it's real for you. Again, you're creating quantum pathways for other people that weren't there yesterday because it's so new. These little things where we're just creating through wishing for things and then receiving them. The angels talk about 2 steps. It's what do I want? And then when it comes, do I still want it? Which is the receiving it. That's up to you. It's not really so much dogma or destiny anymore. But there's a lot of habit of that because not just us, but our parents, so that lineage and our so many different soul lifetimes, we've had that way of living. So it's like going to the gym and building a new muscle. So you can build it through the big extraordinary things, but you can also in your everyday life just start playing with, I want a parking spot. Oh, it's there. Right? Like there's always somewhere, like it's Whole Foods in a lot of places I've lived, where the parking lot is hard. It's a popular place and it's hard to find parking. And if you are driving there and thinking, I can never find parking there, this is going to be so frustrating, you are instructing the world it's going to be frustrating, you can never find parking there. The world is neutral. It's going to do what you tell it. So when you catch yourself worrying or thinking about something that has a precedent, you're not crazy for thinking it's hard to park in Whole Foods. Again, I like the everyday examples. As soon as you catch yourself, it's not about, oh no, I did it wrong, I was from worry, just, what do I want though? Oh, I want a parking spot. Oh, there it is. So it's the daily muscle building. I've done so much of this. It just, you catch your worrying, of course, because there's precedent or because the news is telling you you're supposed to worry about that, or your friends or your family, whatever. You just have a belief system. You get to rewrite those belief systems through, what do I want? Oh, it's here. Yeah, I still want that. Okay. And then the mind learns that over time, that's actually how it works. So the little everyday stuff is important. And then again, on the quantum, you're creating the pathway for others. This is Angel Raphael. Yes, so we want to emphasize this idea of quantum living. You are a collective race, humankind, and New Human is more collective because of lack of telepathic interference, let's say it that way. You have had telepathy, but it's been interfered with severely. So one of your freedoms is to be able to communicate more readily with one another and more transparently with one another. It becomes less easy to falsify your life and your journey. And so the collective nature of humankind becomes more apparent. So paradoxically, the more that you take the reins, so to speak, of your individual will, the more you're strengthening the collective freedom. So it's a dance. You are part of a collective and you're very, very much trailblazing. If you're here now listening to this type of topic, you're trailblazing just by being willing to understand that there's something new going on in the planet. There's still a lot of false information. That doesn't mean that the energy is still so strongly third dimensional, but the most informational sources are quite third dimensional. So learning to listen to your own energy frequency, what do I really feel is going on the planet, is quite vital to your success right now, because no one on the outside can tell you this is how it is. If you feel there's something wrong with that, you must please trust yourself over the so-called authority figure. You must please listen when it doesn't feel congruent, what you're being told. Even if you can't find evidence yet, why it doesn't feel right, what you're being told. Again, you are awakening in new dimensional realities, which means your perceptions are coming online in multiple different ways. Fantastical and fun ways, and important strength ways. Okay, this is Adria. We're going to transition to the Isida for a little bit. So I'll tell you a little bit about them. Have another drink of water. We'll start a new instrument. So one of the, I don't often push back on what I received through channeling, but one of the things I pushed back on kind of a lot was that one of our galactic strands of DNA is Zoroastrian. So I happen to have studied world religions, so I'm saying, no, Angel, I think you have it wrong. That's a religion, you know. In my mind, I'm like, are you sure? Finally, I looked it up, and according to Wikipedia or some source online, they're actually quite ancient race of people, and they have stayed pretty genetically pure. So they stay, within their own race. So this is a people that still exists, modern day Persia. And so these beings who call themselves Isida started to speak through me with like language, and they call themselves the mothers of Zoroastrians. So I guess that means they're 1/12 our mother. So that's a part of ourselves. And I don't know too much else about them, but when they speak light language through me, I can understand them when they're speaking. So I'll tell you kind of rough translation of what they're saying. Lighten up, please. So heavy when you think about all the dimensionality. So much war, so much fear, so much violence. Yes, you inherited that, but also new world reset. Stop playing the old game. Right now, just stop. Just stop playing it. If you're not in the game, it's not going to play without you. Each person gets to choose. This is my reality. This is my reality. You're not dominating that person's reality. Or that one, or that one. Just your own. You choose. Please choose for yourself. Which reality do you want? Not which one do you value. Did you earn? Were you born into? Which one is destiny for me? Which one do I deserve? So heavy, so heavy, so heavy. Just choose one. And when you don't like it anymore, choose a different one. So simple. This is Adria. I think we needed that lightness. They always make me laugh. Yes, there is a history to you. Yes, there is violence to your planetary history. So what? What do you choose right now? Ekakatsa, in your being and your heart. Do you want to spend the rest of this life reviewing how much violence and history there was on this planet? Or in your own childhood? Or your other lifetime? Or your other 3 lifetimes? Or do you want to play a new game? It's so simple. You just keep choosing. You feel yourself drawn back to the habit. Yes, I'm an ancient being. I did some things. Many things that I'm a little ashamed of now. And some things were done to me that I felt some not so marvelous about. But right now, it's new, which means there's not a pathway to follow. No pathway doesn't mean I'm lost. It means, do I want to fly now? Do I want to change color? Be something else? So if you're confused about where is the path, you won't find one right now. You are creating the path for yourself first, and then so many of you are creating new paths, which means others who need a path to follow have some more choices. Fear and violence was the old choice over and over again. Fear and violence, fear and violence. I choose, I love to watch hummingbirds in the yard. And now I choose, I love to teach meditation. So now the new beings born can choose, fear or violence, watch hummingbirds in the yard, watch giants stamp their feet in the yard. So just keep choosing new, fresh. It's not so important, right? You were meant to think in other life expressions. It was so important, so heavy. You were enthralled, enslaved into feeling there's only one path. So heavy. Now you're looking for that path because you've been trained. You have to follow the path. You create one or have no paths. Whichever one you like best. Because we're taking you so far out of your comfort zone. Just to be alive right now and conscious. At all conscious. It's so uncomfortable. Every habit you had, it doesn't apply. But your angel friend said, it's not a learning planet anymore. So I don't have to learn how to do it. I just ask for what I want. That's my reality now. So easy. Yes, others will tell you it's so hard. Your mind might tell you it's so hard. You can make it hard if that's what you like. Having an easy life, a joy-filled life, a light-filled life. Yes, it's not a shortcut. It's a trailblazing. You can take the long, thorny path again and again and again, but you have played that game so much. Now, many galactic friends, Isida, are here with you saying, just do something else. To break the pattern. So what you do to break the pattern is not so important. If you were trying to not drink coffee anymore, any other beverage might do to break the habit. It doesn't matter. Just don't do the fear, violence, war machine. Choose anything else. Later, after it settles in, you start to see other quantum fields arriving. In other words, what are other people choosing and creating? You get new ideas. It's not that you're choosing right now your whole life new plan. But choosing to embody into, what do I want right now? Look at all this power and empowerment. Who am I? What am I? Maybe what I want right now is to learn more about what I am. It's not all about material goods. Okay, This is Adria. What I'm hearing is to pause for questions. We might still do more channeling or something, but let's see where we are, because that was a lot of topics. And yeah.
You said before that the angels are very interested in preserving free will
Yeah.
for people. I guess I always thought that was coming from God,
Mm.
not from angels.
Yeah.
With the, if it's angels, that would imply there are other entities that are not interested in preserving our free will.
Yes. That's my understanding. Let me see who in the team wants to take that question. But you know, the presenters today, they did touch on that quite a lot. Who might have been trying to enslave us? But I think they, one of the beings I channel will have an answer to this as well. This is Angel Raphael. Yes, so humankind has been enslaved, and we don't mean just those that were obviously in shackles and chains. We're not denying that part of history either, but we're saying that even those of you races who thought you were free here and there have been manipulated and controlled, let's say by reptilian and other elite races who are cloaked or acting behind the scenes to enthrall you into believing you were small, and to enthrall you into believing that the game was hierarchy. And so that's not really free will, right? When you are being mind controlled in many cases, not so much now, so we're speaking about the past. The hidden chains, the hidden enslavements. So that is that feeling like you're on a conveyor belt and you can't get off. And then my only choice is to be better at the war game. I have to win the war, not I don't want to be at war. So from angelic perspective, angels are very interested in laws and structure of a certain kind. So when you talk about creator, there are certain laws that angels like to enforce, and one of them is free will. Free will for humankind particularly. Angels are very, very linked with humankind. You will see us occasionally here and there, but you might notice all humans have angels, whether or not they think they earned them and whether or not they feel they are a part of a religious group. Angels are not about religion, but we are in the support team for humankind, and we are part of your lineage in terms of the new DNA. So you have within you that light which says, I, like the sword of God, am free. I can cut through any part or parcel of the universe that wants to keep me bound into a different understanding. Because divinity, from angelic perspective, needs to be able to create, expand, express freely. When you enchain or enslave the free unfoldment of the divine, there's something wrong in the universe. That's just the angel's perspective. There are other perspectives on this. The elites, of course, have been enjoying the game very much of enslaving humankind. But angels are warriors, essentially, for that freedom. Now, once you embrace and receive that freedom, angels would like to take on new roles. We'd like to be freed from being warriors to defend humankind. We also have a vested interest in you transcending human slavery, whether it's obvious shackles or mind control or other forms of slavery. So yes, we have an agenda, and a little bit of it is self-serving, that angels have an interest in doing something else than defending free will, and doing something else than watching with compassion as humanity circles around and around this issue of enslavement.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or paused? I will say this as Adria, that, you know, it's been an incredible journey getting to meet some of these galactic beings now that I think of angels as galactic beings, which was not something that I thought about them for the first few years I was channeling them. Getting to meet some of these galactic beings, getting to understand that I have no idea what a human really is. I thought I did. But to me, I think that's my biggest growth point in this life, and maybe as a teacher, the biggest thing I have to share is just us noticing, oh my gosh, we're so much more than we were ever told. And it's for us to start to unwrap that present and become what we can, what we like. And so there will always be people, because there has to be, who are focused on the taking down of the old systems and continuing to clean up the parts of the planet that are not so free right now. And I just happen to be one of those that is more focused on the new. And okay, but why are we doing that? And actually just to notice that we're in an incredible time on Earth. I like to call New Earth. You can call it whatever you like. New Human, New Earth is just kind of a shorthand that's not so technical. And we're just starting to learn, I mean, I am anyway, about what that might mean. So this whole idea of the galactic DNA is just kind of, it's a lot for the mind. I was definitely reeling for the first few months of these transmissions coming through me. I'm comfortable with the idea now, but I barely know what it means energetically. It's just, I'm just starting to be able to play with that, because when you come out of war and enslavement, what you get is play and freedom and imagination and collaboration and love and so many other flavors. I mean, it's just a lot easier to do that stuff when there's not a gun to your head, literally, or frequency-wise. So this is the time I feel it's so important to choose your own reality and create that just through your intent. The angels say over and over again, just intend it, just wish it. Yes, there are all these wonderful skills and tools and systems and Merkabas and whatever. They don't discount the power of those things, but also it's so organic in us to come into our heart and what do we want. And that's how we create New Earth, is just, it starts with you, starts with me, empowering ourselves to take a deep breath and be free, whatever that means to us. And it feels like a closing point. We'll move on to something else, I think. Yeah, and I'll just mention, these books are online anywhere books are sold. Angel Insights for Unprecedented Times and Activate Your Galactic 12-Strand DNA. And I'm the worst marketer in the world, because I will also say you absolutely don't have to read these books to just be a 12-dimensional human, to be free. You're already that. So just enjoy your freedom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Come back for the dance tonight. I will go ahead and close the live stream now, and then you guys, thank you, seriously. All right. I don't.